운전백승도동강 새 시대를 열었다. 천리만리 일상을 온 세상에 떨치자. 어서 가자 빨리 가자 천리와 타고서 지기는 기행을 앞당겨 나가자. 이야차 공산주의 새 운동이 저기 보인다. 이야차 공산주의 새 운동이 저기 보인다. 노동당의 전사를 빛나는 새승리 어서 가자 빨리 가자 천리만 타고서 창조와 혁신으로 세기적 올리자. 이야차 조국통일 새해 날이 밝아온다. 이야차 조국통일 새해 날이 밝아온다. 수십 년을 하루로 달리어 나간다. 군술과 중사의 불미를 높여라. 어서 가자 빨리 가자 천리만 타고서 후손만이 행복할 나라를 꾸미자. 이야차 노동당 깃발 따라 나가자. 이야차 노동당 깃발 따라 나가자. 이야차 노동당 깃발 따라 나가자.
Wow. This has been stuck in my mind. It lives in my mind. It's the fucking glorious Cholima spirit will be shown to the rest of the world. We will overcome. We will take over the hill of communism. We will show it to the rest of the world with our trains and our fucking bangers. What's up, everybody? I'm Hasan Piker, and this HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from Pyongyang. That's right. Only the greatest Jusha bangers here at the HasanAbi broadcast. I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Coming to you live from the sunny hills of Pyongyang inside of the heart of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the real Korea, the best Korea, also known as the popular Korea. Oof. What an incredible, incredible banger. Cholima on the wing from the North Korean archives. You know, we're saying I chi iya cha iya cha. You know, I he iya cha iya cha. Pretty good stuff overall. Anyway, this is now an official Jusha stream for the record. Okay. This is now officially a Jusha stream. We believe in the immortal science of Marxist-Leninist Jushaist principles. Okay? Jusha, self-reliance. That's what we're doing. It don't matter what you say. Anyway, I'm live and alive, but this is part of the broadcast where I actually tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button, press the start streaming button before we get into the news, because there's a lot. There's a lot going on there. I am, however, live, and I am, however, alive. Where is the fucking what? Since you and Ethan talked about Patriot today, we'll look at that in a second. Last night, after a long and wall-to-wall banger, if I do say so myself, coverage over the GOP debates and Donald Trump going to a non-union shop, I ended the broadcast and I didn't really do anything. I watched a little bit of Punk Hazard. Punk Hazard is finally over. Dressrosa is the new saga that we are moving towards. The end of Punk Hazard is pretty good. So, you know, that's the One Piece update for you. I will give you my perspective on Punk Hazard in a little bit, maybe a little bit later down the line. But for the time being, for the duration, Live and Alive, watch Punk Hazard, and have basically been listening to that Iya Cha Cholima, Spirit of Cholima song over and over again. It's so fucking good. However, yeah, Doflamingo is pretty sick. I just started Whole Cake. I passed you finally. Not a competition, though. My brother today compared me to Joseph Stalin, Pol Pot, and Karl Marx, saying corporations conduct wage theft daily. Thank you for 14 months of amazing content and learning. That's insane. That he what? It's like weird when people do that kind of stuff because like those guys are not even on board with the same shit. You know what I mean? Anyway, regardless, we're live. Let's get started. Not much has happened in my life. This is a Cholima. Wait, this is what a Cholima is? And I don't blame the DPR kid for wanting to ride one. Wait, what the fuck? This is so sick. Did you see this banger Kyle tweet? I'm joining Hamas. I just finished meeting with Ben Shapiro. Fascinating discussion on various topics, including economics, Judaism, Israel, and more. Amazing the impact one can have. What the fuck? Wait. It's kind of cool that Ben Shapiro found a man that's shorter than he is. Like, nothing else matters in this photo, to me at least, other than that. It's like, how the fuck does that happen, dude? That's like truly unique. Good for him, though. So, discards from the Twink Factory. That's the PragerU kids vid that alludes to affirmative action and converts Nazi socialism out. Yeah. You're just mad you'll never be the intellectual giant that Ben is. True. I will never be the 5'4" behemoth that Ben Shapiro is. I'm all over the place this morning. God damn, I just started and I haven't been able to gather my fucking thoughts at all. So I'm live, I'm alive. There's not really much going on in my life. I went and shot leftovers this morning. So to all the debate enjoyers, I'm sorry we didn't get to do your favorite, like, let's harass Hasan for the next 8 months by clipping whatever he has out of context, whatever he said out of context on the leftovers broadcast. So apologies to the, pouring one out for the homies. Like, they will die now that there's no fucking conflict that they perceive is definitely happening. But I'm sure we've moved on from that to I don't know, other fantasies like, oh, Hasan purposely is trying not to have debates or whatever the fuck, and like we can continue the wave, right, in different ways. Ethan wanted to hang the Nazi was dope. I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean? Ethan wanting to hang the Nazi? I don't know what you're talking about. That never happened. He buttoned. That's not something that happened on the stream. Anyway, yeah, but there's really, I can't really think of anything else that's going on in my life right now that's like all that important or interesting or I don't know, just like relevant. It's just everything I do is online. Leftovers fans will be seething at you one day, and the next Thursday they stuff like, if Hasan was my son, I'd never let him stop breastfeeding. Pick a side. I think those are separate leftovers fans. Chat, work last night was a rep primary debate. Any good content wise, or was it boring? It was kind of boring, but I think we made it fun. We made it as fun as possible. Hopefully. Brandon is being impeached, by the way, so that's pretty fun. That's going to be a wonderful thing that we, of course, cover today. But other than that, let's just blast off real quick. Brandon impeachment begins. Trump begs for UAW endorsement. GOP debates are a shit show, and more. Get in now. I think that first and foremost, I have to say, I don't think people give a shit about the debates. I don't think they care about debates at all, actually. It's like kind of mid. The content is boring, and also Trump is already the front runner. So as long as he doesn't like participate, it's just not a thing. In a way, he's doing labor action a little bit, where he's just like, yeah, without me, you are nothing. And in some respects, he's right. And it's kind of sad to see, really, how far a party has fallen, right? Rogue Left, thank you for that banger of a meme. I am using that. Here it is, by the way. This is our blast off tweet. Edingermentum is rad. Thanks for having him on the stream. We got to bring in the Zoomer MLs. Edingermentum is he's very intelligent, very funny. I like him. I mean, he's young. There's definitely like areas of I think he has areas of interest and knowledge that is great, and a perspective that I think is welcomed in this broadcast, especially because like most people who are to the left of the Democratic Party or are like Marxist-Leninists, leftists in general, they never really care about elections. Like they're not electoralists. They don't even care about like analyzing elections in the way that I try to. Like I feel like I might be more to the left than Sam Cedar, but I really value Sam's perspective for this reason, because like he's very good at talking about the minutia that gets lost in the conversation when we're fantasizing about accelerationism or whatever the fuck, and how like, you know, the Democratic Party is not the PSL. It's not. I know. And if you have the opinion that politics is the art of the possible, I think it's a truly good way to radicalize people who are interested in electoralism, because when electoralism fails, you know, there are going to be like areas where people go, what the fuck, why won't the Democratic Party do this? And then you plug those holes with dialectical materialism. So Sam had an insane take doing Nazi apologia the other day. Wait, what? Sam is good for recognizing the value of social democratic fixes. Yeah, like David Dan, Sam, these are some of my favorite people for that sort of thing. Alex Perrine. So, you know. Chatter is lying. Sam was talking about why people get radicalized and become Nazis. Oh, yeah, I doubt that Sam would ever do Nazi apologia. I doubt it. Sam Cedar is everything Hasan wishes he was. A dashing silver fox, extremely handsome and hilarious, and a part of Bob's Burgers. Yeah, I love Sam. He's so much respect for him. Emma's great. The entire Majority Report team is fire. Love those guys. Anyway. Well, yeah. This is a really funny meme. I do like it. Have I heard of the radical left? Yeah, I heard your wife radically left you. Blast off meme. Emma is kind of a lib, but yeah, I mean, so is. What do you mean? Sam and Emma are on the same wavelength. Like, these are as far left as you can get. I disagree. I don't think Emma is kind of a lib either. I don't think any of these people are libs. I think you guys are wrong. That's Tony Hank. No, they're great. Anyway. This is a debate, post-debate polling on 538. That's kind of funny. Wait, how does this match up with what I said? Oh, we'll look at that in a second. No, Emma is a lib. Sam isn't. Don't cap about what you don't know. Wait, what do you mean? I'm a majority report head, dude. What the fuck you talking about? Also, I know them in like the real world as well. Like, I've known these people. I've worked alongside Emma when she was at the Young Turks and I was at the Young Turks. I think you are wrong. Anyway, but listen. This is stupid. I don't know why we're having this conversation. Who gives a shit? Yeah, let's fucking dive into it. Let's get into the news. So, last night, the GOP debates happened. And before the GOP debates happened, Donald Trump actually went and attended a non-union shop where he begged the people there to, like, get you and Emma date. That's so gross, dude. You're a fucking freak. Take a week off and be happy that I only gave you a fucking week off instead of a perma ban. That's disgusting, dude. The fact that, like, immediately you just have to go for like some weird psychotic misogynistic parasocial shit is so frustrating. Like, what the fuck? Know better, be better. Like, gross and perverted. Oh my god, it's like frustrating from every fucking avenue. It's frustrating because you're immediately objectifying a woman. Okay, you're also doing that. You're also being incredibly parasocial and asking me about my fucking personal, private life, across the board in general, which I always get mad about. But like the notion that, you know, I can't be friends with a female coworker or even give them props without having like some romantic relationship is so fucked up. Do better. Isn't it conflicting for attendees that Trump was mentioning UAW at an intentionally non-unionized auto shop? I think people there understand why he's doing it. They're on Team Trump. Okay. I'm gonna stay positive. And forget about that little mishap. Yeah, a lot of the people there weren't even auto workers, for the record. At the Trump shop. Did the Macy's send a playlist or not? Because if not, I'm just gonna get started. All right. Oh, he did? Nice. Thank you, the Macy's, for the playlist. Before we get into the Brandon impeachment inquiry, which is on the docket, fear not, let's talk about last night, okay? The GOP primary debates happened yesterday, and honestly, it was incredibly unproductive. It was very bad. It was very silly. It, in my opinion, made it look like, it made it look like Trump was the winner, as he always is in these situations, without even attending, but this time actually doubly the winner due to not attending the fucking debate. Okay? It was so stupid. It was so incredibly stupid. Now, All jokes aside, the Bergmentum is alive. It's live and alive. My man Doug Burgum, the Burgum heads rise up, Burger heads rise up, went from 4.8% to 8.2%, which of course is incredible. Chris Christie went from 14 to 14.9. Pence went down. Tim Scott went from 24.7 to 26.5. These are such marginal changes, though, that, like, you know, this is, what is it called? It's not button polling, right? Like, I mean, all of this is like the worst type of polling you will ever get. But, you know, I want to believe it. I want to believe that it's real because I love Doug Burgum. This is all within a margin of error. Ron DeSantis getting like really, really marginal gains. Nikki Haley making 2.4% gains. Ramaswamy losing, and Tim Scott gaining. Interesting stuff. Ron always speaks over Latin woman burger. No, it's Doug. That's not food. That's not food to eat. Here, do you want this? Go over there. Go. Get it. Bergmentum is real, baby. Bergmentum is fucking real, okay? A little bit different than the way I assumed it would look. Nikki Haley, in my opinion, came out looking better than before. I was wrong about Doug Burgum. I said no change from before for Doug and Michael Pence and Ron DeSantis. Turns out Michael Pence lost according to this poll. And Ramaswamy lost, like I called that correctly. And I was wrong, the most wrong on, I guess, Tim Scott, who I said was going to lose and came out looking worse than before. Again, this is my opinion. You know, apparently the Republican Party watchers responded positively to it. Okay. Pence saying he's been fucking a teacher for 30 years. What killed him? Yeah, that was nasty. He got real nasty with it. I thought that was odd. He got real fucking nasty with it. It freaked me out. I don't want to think about Michael Pence having sex. And it made me understand why they have policies like Don't Say Gay in states like Florida, where, you know, they should, that policy didn't go far enough. That policy didn't go far enough. You should not say sex in general if you're Mike Pence. Okay? Very weird to say that you are literally dropping hot loads in your wife that you call mother for 30 years. Made me reconsider everything I know. I might be aromantic. Who knows? But yeah, here are some of the biggest moments and takeaways from the second GOP debate. We'll look at ABC News' coverage on it. But like overall, it's deeply unserious. The issues are basically who is going to nuke the Department of Education, who is going to kill more Mexicans at the border, or like who's going to invade Mexico harder. On Ukraine, they're all united except for Vivek Ramaswamy. On Ukraine, it's more like, no, we love giving money to Ukraine. We're going to keep doing that, just like the Democrats are doing that. Who gives a shit? Shut the fuck up. Even though some like will try to criticize that a little bit from like the most pointless and the worst aspects of criticism. But basically, the most important part of this conversation was supposed to revolve around, how can I forget? Wait, before I get into the abortion part, which is the most important part of the conversation, they also talked about who will kill more trans teenagers and trans people in general. But most importantly, they talked about something very important. Okay? They talked about China. If there is one group, if there's one country out there that's the most important country out there, it's motherfucking China. Okay? We are officially deep in the pocket, somehow never have left, but like certainly deep in the pocket of like xenophobic sentiment It's just like China is the absolute worst country on the planet. They're genocidal. They're a dictatorship. We must stop them. They want Taiwan. They want to do a special military operation in Taiwan. Only we get to do special military operations in Mexico. Nikki Haley's exact words, pretty much. It's just, it's basically, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. It's just like completely psychotic, bloodthirsty. China's the biggest threat. China is coming for us. China is going to be eating our lunch. Vivek literally went as far as to say we need to ban the Chinese from our universities, which I think is pretty crazy. I mean, at least he's like interesting in his foreign policy, even though he's like completely out of his mind. Like Vivek literally was like, we got to ban the Chinese from our colleges, like, which is, or no, was that DeSantis? No, that was Vivek. I actually don't know. I actually don't know which one it was because like they all were so horny. Which one was the one talking about Confucianism? Yeah, the line about Confucianism and shit, that was Vivek, yeah. Rhonda also said the China college stuff. It's cool. It's pretty sick. Good for our wonderful, brilliant, bold defenders of democracy and democratic institutions on that take up 50% of our duopoly in the political sphere. Very cool to think that this is like these are the guys who are in positions of power. America's in full cope mode. Yeah, I mean things will get much worse for even people like myself, who dare cut through that like insane, psychotic nonsense. Who don't just like toe the line of we need to kill the Chinese and the CCP. Like if you don't say that, and like in the next 10 years, I feel like if you don't treat China with the same level of like severity as you did in the immediate aftermath of 2001, like every Muslim person, people will just like hate crime you, I assume. You know what I mean? Like I suspect that's where we're at this point. So cool stuff overall. Like, I signed legislation ensuring foreign adversaries like Chinese Communist Party cannot access Florida schools, government, and companies, including banning Confucius institutes in our colleges and universities. That's so fire. Hell yeah, brother. Dude, I'll take it one step further. Gunpowder. Okay? Fucking Chinese invention, baby. Don't want that shit in my life. Okay? Get that out of here. No more gunpowder. Okay? We're not allowing that to happen. Okay? No more firework. No more paper. You fucking nuts, dude. Get out of here. We don't want that shit. Here, this is what he did.
We are taking a stand, and these bills I'm signing into law today, foreign adversaries will not have access to our schools, government, and companies like they have in the past. In fact, the first bill that I signed today safeguards our public institutions from undue foreign influence, and that means prohibiting agreements between public entities and the Communist Party of China or Cuba or any of these other malignant forces. As of
Look at all these malignant forces, man.
And the Communist Party of China or Cuba or any of these other malignant forces. As of the time we sign this bill and it goes into effect, Florida, we will be banning things like Confucius institutions from being in our universities or in our colleges. And I know we had issues with that right here in Miami-Dade counties. We're also going to sign the Combating Corporate Espionage and
What the fuck has Cuba done to America in the past 50 fucking years? Hello, existed outside of the sphere of America's influence. Excuse me. It's been there menacing. Are you kidding me? How dare they not immediately commit ritualistic suicide as soon as they were no longer on the good side of the American administration after doing a fucking violent revolution. They should have all immediately fucking gotten together and killed themselves in ritualistic suicide because America did not like that the island was no longer a sugar plantation and a tourism destination for, American interests. So it's just like, you can't do that. That's not fucking allowed, So obviously, that's the most evil thing that they could have done.
Florida Act, it creates new criminal offenses in Florida for the theft and trafficking of trade secrets. We are taking a stand, and these bills I'm signing into law.
The Western media and political class have been pushing a new Cold War against China for years, from Tucker Carlson to Rachel Maddow to Fox and The Guardian, BBC, New York Times. They're manufacturing consent for war, and anyone who does not oppose it is complicit. Yes, 100%. If I were advising a would-be tough guy, Republican politician, I would tell him to say Reds instead of CCP. Like, this is Ross Douthat, you know what I mean? He's like literally a New York Times columnist. Like, he is supposed to be the sensible, rational, reasonable conservative. And they're so anti-communist and anti-socialist, but like, why? You know what I mean? It's like, the USSR has not existed. You know what I mean? Like, where is this coming from? Like, there's no enemy that you can like legitimately point to. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You won, bitch. I don't get it. It literally doesn't. America won so hard, it started doing America shit to Americans, which it never really stopped doing, but like much harder than it did previously. Like I've been talking about like internal colonies on this broadcast quite frequently as of late, and it's like look around, man. Labor protections have withered away to a degree where like unionized shops in other nations, like foreign car manufacturers, can come to the United States of America and open up manufacturing facilities to take advantage of how low the wages are and how terrible the fucking benefits packages are. Like, it makes sense for those who have literally been under the thumb of the Western imperialist forces of the United States of America to go back and like take advantage of American manufacturing, because that's how cheap the fucking labor and the benefits lack of benefits package is here in the United States of America. So at this point, it's like, what are you fucking yelling about? Like, there is no towering, there is no specter haunting Europe. You know what I mean? It's just not. I don't, like, what is it? You just hate, like, even from the measurement of capitalists, like, China has been a net benefit to eviscerating extreme poverty at the global level. You know what I mean? Like capitalists like China. So it doesn't even make sense to just be like, China is the worst. We have to fucking destroy them. Like, you can make the argument that it's like a state capitalist nation state that's like pushing towards maybe designing a social democracy. It goes in either direction. So it makes no fucking sense. And I suspect it's partially because they hate the power that they hate the power that central planning and state control has over the entire economy. I think centralization is the way to go for the future, and because no like patchwork neoliberal free market solution can withstand the power of a manufacturing of a government that is using all of its industrial forces to actually outcompete and destroy other nations at their own fucking game. So there's not like there's no way to fight back against that. That's why you see like in the EU they're talking about like Chinese subsidies on EVs and whatnot. That's why the free marketeers regularly engage in like, or try to now engage in trade protectionist attitudes, but like not trade protectionist attitudes that actually benefit the working class, but instead trade protectionism that benefits capital owners, right? Very odd. No way to fight back against that except by armed conflict, unfortunately. I just don't know. Bro, you don't line up the top of your beard? The fuck why? What do you mean? Why would I do that? The only thing I line up is the top of the hour, baby. And that comes at the top of every hour. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Most pro-capitalism people argue China only became successful because they have been mostly a capitalist nation in the past 20 years, but they haven't. It's not. Listen. Chinese development and manufacturing in some ways can be compared to another country that is a developing nation that also was a victim of much worse colonial violence, some could even say, that hasn't developed in a similar capacity. And that's like, obviously it's not a one-to-one comparison, but India. And India has communist forces as well, unfortunately, not as strong, but like there is no genuine ideological grip that controls the entire market. And when you compare both of these formations, when you compare their development, you see why one has successfully outmaneuvered the other. Yeah. Think about that. Anyway, the 3-minute ad break is something you should also think about, unless you are subscribed, in which case you don't have to think about it. Here it is. But yeah, it's just like, it doesn't, there are comparisons you can make to two separate developing nations that are massive, utilized as a manufacturing hub. It's a perfect comparison to someone who has lived in India as a Tibetan refugee and seen the growth my family in Tibet has gone through. Like, areas that the Chinese have touched have developed rapidly, and that's not because they got fucking foreign capital, because there's plenty of fucking other countries that got foreign capital as well. It's what you do with that matters. Okay? If you have centralized planning and a legitimate interest in developing your nation, doesn't matter if you're like actually a communist or not, okay? I don't give a shit about that. If your goal is to take the gains and basically industrialize, collectivize, and urbanize certain areas and engage in rapid development, okay, then obviously one has been a superpower that no other nation has come near. This is my argument always, is that, while there is some hyper-nationalistic sentiment expressed internally, it's very strange that people don't see it. The difference between China and India is that China tried to deal with the reality that there were too many farmers. They shanked in and millions starved. India has never addressed the issue. What is this guy saying? The truth guy. What the fuck? I think he got banned. Anyway, ultimately, you got to look at. It's interesting to think about that, by the way, because like the other issue with India is that like India has also gone through famine, but it's a direct result of colonialism rather than a failure of like it was a direct starving rather than a issue with miscalculation. So yeah. The attempts of industrialization, modernization between Turkey and Japan in the 1800s is also a good point of comparison. Turkey had too many competing factions who kept bickering and fighting, while Japan in the Meiji era crushed all dissidents. The emperor and his centralizing forces, which led to the beginning of the Japanese industrialization and imperialism. Yeah, especially when you think about the Janissary forces that were chirping a little too hard and did not want to continue modernizing its military because they were fearful that it would actually end up cutting them out from the awesome power and influence they held in the Padishah court structure. So anyway, the point is you can't really fight against that. And I think that's part of the reason why a lot of people are upset, because they see it and that frustrates them, that scares them. So when there is there's a structure where on the one hand you have the government taking taxes and working at the behest of corporations, and on the other hand you have corporations that work at the behest of the government. Yeah, one system is demonstrably better than the other in improving people's material conditions, and also simultaneously outcompeting with the more with the neoliberal developments. Well, and I think that in the upcoming decades we will see that attitude shift in the direction of more state control over economies. I think there's no way that Western neoliberal capitalists are able to keep up with that sort of thing. And their opinion that like China will collapse due to improving its own China will collapse due to its own success and will go through their own like 80s and 90s era where their material conditions are too good for their own good, is not panning out in the way that they expect it to. So, but we'll see. State capitalism is a way better system than neoliberalism. If I wasn't a socialist who cared about who controls the means of production, I would be a state capitalist, because you can never trust the free market. It's just better, especially now with like one, we already, there's two different things here. One, we already use a similar structure anyway. And two, we have technological improvements that make it viable. Like our computational power is far greater than when collectivization efforts were occurring in the USSR or in China. It's just you have a genuine way of figuring out where to push and pull with respect to production. It's a lot of the failures of past formations will cease to. I mean, has ceased to exist at least. And one great example of that is Chinese development in the form of like cities. For 10 years, everybody joked about the ghost cities, and all of those ghost cities have now been occupied. Like, they joked about it because they were like, oh, what are you doing this for? Why are you building this? Fucking idiot. So dumb. And then now they're all massive cities where people live in, right? Tens of millions of people live there. It's stupid because they didn't engage in like just-in-time manufacturing, I guess, where they didn't build because of demand. They built because they recognized the necessity of development. So, why the fuck did I get here? Well, we were talking about the GOP debate about how fucking angry people are about China. Let's take a look.
Debate. 7 presidential hopefuls took the stage at the Reagan Presidential Library, going after each other. And some also went after Donald Trump for being a no-show, took some shots at Biden as well. Chief Washington correspondent John Carl's in Simi Valley.
Did you just miss all the Evergrande stuff? No, I haven't. But That's actually another great example. Like, people always talk about Evergrande, and people haven't stopped talking about Evergrande and its like default and what that signifies for the Chinese market, without fucking realizing that like it doesn't matter. All of this shit is fake, and if the government controls all mechanisms of power, then they can make it go away or withstand the financial damages. Like, constantly talking about Evergrande with respect to like what China, what the Chinese economy looks like is so silly when you live in the United States of America, where Evergrande happens all the fucking time, and the recovery almost always ends up benefiting those at the tippy top. Like, what are we talking about? Yeah. The Chinese government bailed out the people, not the bank and the developer. They literally nationalized that bank. It was a W in comparison to America. Exactly. When there are market miscalculations that end up causing financial collapse and failure, their recovery strategy is infinitely better than the American one. Like, literally compare that failure that you're talking about, okay? That failure that you're talking about in comparison to 2008. What conditions allowed 2008 to happen? What lack of safeguarding allowed these conditions to occur? And then what the government did in retaliation or in an effort to save the economy from full-blown collapse? Yes, Evergrande is the real estate, the Chinese real estate company that NPR keeps talking about that is like defaulted because they took on way too much fucking debt. China industrial profits jump sharply as economy stabilizes. I think like there are real issues. There are real issues with how development and improving your productive forces through technological achievements and the material benefits that it creates for your citizens, and how that changes, how that changes the dynamic of how that changes the dynamic you have with labor in general and manufacturing in general is important to assess. But I feel like if there's a country that I'm interested to see how they get out of like their own, I'm interested to see how China moves from this point on, to see if they will be able to somehow find a way out of like the American 80s, 90s robust growth period that they're kind of going through.
Economist Chang Shu with, well, her take on the market, and I think I know what you're going to say, and where you think growth will be or won't be. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I think our view has moved in the opposite direction of the survey you just talked about. Our central projection has always been above 5%, and the latest reading suggests that the probability of undershooting 5% is lower compared to July reading. We have our own GDP tracker. We see that
Remember when we were going in to cover the Republican debate before being derailed by a weekly China segment? What the fuck are you complaining about? There's no argument. There's no debate. People aren't yelling at me. We're just like slowly going through the fucking news. Like, what's wrong with your brain? You're just like mad now at this point that I'm not talking about the same fucking dumbass debate. You know what I mean? And ironic because China was the major point of contention. Well, not a point of contention, but like the major talking point was China and how we must dominate China. So what are you doing?
The economy is tracking 5.3% growth in the third quarter, and that reading is already higher than July. And if we talk about the growth for the year as a whole, we see the probability of undershooting 5% has fallen below 20%. So previously, we say perhaps it's 1/3 of the chance of undershooting.
Shashu, are we really blaming property for all this? Is that the central kind of risks, as it were? Because other data has not been great either, let's face it, but it has perhaps arguably bottomed out.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of downward pressures, and certainly the property market is the biggest, if not kind of sort of extended, there are certainly pressures, as you alluded to. There are pressures coming from elsewhere. The tourism, it was very hot during the summer, providing quite strong support for the economy. There will be some support coming out, coming from the long holiday.
China experiencing USA growth must be failing. No, there are complications that come from experiencing USA-style growth. The complications, of course, derive from operating in a capitalist structure. If you do what America did and try to work at the behest of your manufacturing plant owners and facilities like America did, you will continue shipping out jobs to neighboring regions, okay, with no interest of sharing in on the profits that these companies are going to continue bringing in. Like, Americans do not see any of the returns on that investment at all. If anything, they see depressive wages and worse workplace conditions and a job market that is completely broken. That's what happened with NAFTA. Okay, so yes, China developing to this degree is potentially a threatening situation. It's just like, this is the most interesting, in my opinion, this is the most interesting aspect of Chinese development. What will happen next is the most interesting aspect of Chinese development. Will they just outsource and force these force their which they are doing a little bit? Will they outsource and force their manufacturing business to die, and then have like a shit ton of unemployment and worse financial circumstances for the broad majority of Chinese laborers? Or will they legitimately find a way to continue utilizing the profits that they generate in an even manner? But you're right. Let's get back to the fucking debates, okay? Let's see what the biggest takeaways are. I think someone wants to go outside real quick, so I'm gonna run this, and I'm gonna go, and we'll dive into the debates of last night.
With the highlights, good morning, John.
Good morning, George. It was a loud and chaotic debate with Donald Trump a no-show here at the Reagan Library. The other candidates spent most of the time going after each other, but at least a couple of them took their shots at Donald Trump, too. About 10 minutes into the debate, two of the candidates who were on the stage aimed their fire at the candidate who didn't bother to show up.
Donald Trump is missing in action. He should be on this stage tonight. He owes it to you to defend his record, where they added $7.8 trillion to the debt. That set the stage for the inflation that we have.
Chris Christie taunted Trump over his refusal to debate.
Donald, I know you're watching. You can't help yourself. I know you're watching, okay? And you're not here tonight, not because of polls and not because of your indictments. You're not here tonight because you're afraid of being on the stage and defending your record.
Yeah, bro, he's afraid of being called Donald Duck. Oh, God, I'm sorry. I couldn't. I had to. I know. Spoiler alert. That was the big fire line from this fucking dipshit. But God damn, it's just like the absolute worst. The absolute fucking worst. Oh, God.
You're ducking these things. And let me tell you what's going to happen. You keep doing that, no one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
I mean, come on. It's just like, it's over. It's so Jover. It was never a thing to begin with, but it's more Jover than it has ever been, okay? He's literally fucking SNL, man. He's doing SNL commentary, man. That's a fire line. What do you mean? You're crazy. Oh, God. Oh, my God. There's no way. People are memeing, right? Chat, please tell me people are memeing in the chat and they're not being serious when they say, nah, that was fire. This is straight up This is like if you are running in the Democratic primary, like this is the kind of corny shit that you would pull off if you were running in the Democratic primary. Okay, that's what he's doing. It was fire if you're a 3-year-old? Yeah.
But that was the only mention in the entire debate of Trump's indictments. And there was no mention whatsoever of this week's ruling by a New York judge that Trump's company had committed widespread fraud. It was an unruly debate with the candidates often talking over each other.
This isn't productive.
I want to hear about that. Let's have a policy debate.
What's going on?
The moderators repeatedly had to plead for the candidates to follow the rules.
We cannot talk over each other. We must respect each other's time.
Businessman Vivek Ramaswamy, who harshly attacked his rivals in the last debate, tried to play nice this time.
These are good people on this stage.
But the others weren't buying it.
We think about the fact that Vivek just said we were all good people, and I appreciate that because last debate he said we were all bought and paid for.
Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley.
It's just everyone's a liberal too, by the way. It's just even if you are advocating for the most ruthless, reactionary, fascist policies, because everyone is aesthetically a civility lib, everyone is saying it in like the same exact ways where it's like Mexico is doing a bodies in spaces, and the narco terror that our American citizens have to endure is actually quite traumatic. You know, we're experiencing PTSD from this, and we are going to need to retaliate in this regard because, you know, they're infringing on our liberties as Americans, and it's shit like that. It's all just like fascist policy wrapped up with liberal aesthetics.
Took aim at Ramaswamy for joining TikTok, which is owned by a Chinese tech company, after once calling it digital fentanyl.
This is infuriating because TikTok is one of the most dangerous social media apps that we could have. And what you've got, I honestly, every time I hear you, I feel a little bit dumber for what you say.
Haley also sparred with fellow South Carolinian Tim Scott, who she appointed to fill a vacant Senate seat when she was governor.
12 years, where have you been? Where
I voted no on all. I voted on most of those things.
We've waited and nothing has happened.
Here's what you've done.
Years.
Here's the thing that I'm just finding.
Trump spent the evening in Michigan speaking to workers at an auto parts plant, but he clearly, George, had the debate on his mind, telling
Why is a British foreign man a judge on this debate of national importance? I mean, you also had, luckily, the Univision person as well. So, Fox. I mean, I'm glad they had the Univision lady on because she actually did she asked like really good questions. Not that they answered those questions because, as I say all the time, it's not about like good things for Americans. It's like if you are running in the Republican primaries, your position has to be, I am going to do all the bad things and I will never allow the good things to happen. Okay? So even when they're like asking serious questions, you know, they immediately would just like resort back to psychotic perspectives.
Workers, quote, that the candidates were running for a job in his future administration or perhaps auditioning to be his running mate.
Well, I guess I wonder if he has a point there, John. I mean, you look at the debate, and I wonder what the point of this debate is. If, with the possible exception of Chris Christie, right there, one mention on the indictments, no mention from the other candidates about the indictments, the civil lawsuits, the incendiary rhetoric where he's making death threats against people like the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
I mean, Christie did take him on some of the substantive issues, took him on crime, on border, on his record. But it was remarkable how Trump basically got out scot-free, no major attacks on him from the other candidates besides, suggesting that he should have been there. The Trump campaign, for its part, has called on the RNC to cancel future debates and focus on Joe Biden. That's not going to happen. The big question is whether Donald Trump will show up at any of these.
And I think we know what the answer might be. Okay, John Carl, thanks very much. Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking.
CNN reacts to Pence's cringeworthy debate moment.
The worst of their members and defending them.
Why are they not reacting to Chris Christie's most cringy debate
rather than
moments?
advocating for our kids? And when you have the President of the United States
God,
sleeping with a member of the teachers
Donald
union,
Duck.
there is no chance that you can take the stranglehold away from the teachers union every day.
You mentioned the president's situation. My wife isn't a member of the teachers union, but I got to admit I've been sleeping with a teacher for 38 years, and so full disclosure.
Not allowed. Not allowed. It's done. It's done. It's over. You can't do that. You're not allowed to do that. It's really fucked up.
No, just no. Let's bring back the panel. Alice, Doug, Margaret, Shelby are here. Margaret, I think we've titled this Black Most Cringeworthy Moments from the debate. I can't. Why are they talking about education this way?
To be honest, other than that,
I mean, what else are they supposed to say about education? Like, everything else they said about education other than, like, Joe Biden is fucking his teacher wife, okay? And unionized teacher wife. And I'm fucking my non-unionized teacher wife. The rest of the conversation literally was like, we should just kill teachers. Like, if you're in the Department of Education, we're going to fucking hang you, okay? Like, That's the level of commentary we're engaging with. Obviously, I'm exaggerating. That's not what they literally said before you fucking go, actually, they didn't say that. But, like the final outcome that they're looking for is just, like, blowing up the building that has the Department of Education in it.
Cringeworthy moment. To me, the cringiest part was just that everybody was yelling at each other. And it's like, hey, this whole group of 7 people is all trying to break through and displace Trump, and nobody's doing it because they're all yelling at each other.
Have you said who you think has the best chance to win if others drop out? Oh, dude, I have no fucking clue. I guess maybe DeSantis, but I mean, he's looking like the main guy in the polls, but I don't think that he has the best shot. Nikki Haley. I genuinely don't know what will happen if Donald Trump drops out. Like, I just have no idea. It's chaos.
I found it really hard to watch for the duration because of that dynamic.
Yeah, Shelby Talcott, weigh in on that. Did you have the same impression?
There is no chance.
It was distracting. The entire debate was just largely people talking over each other. And the moderators at one point said, hey, listen, when you guys talk over each other, nobody can hear anything. And that was completely accurate. And so you ended up losing a lot of whatever they were trying to say because there were 3 or 4 people talking at the same time. And it was kind of a mess. It was kind of sloppy. And I think that they lost a lot out of it because of that.
One person I kept hearing try to get in through the chaos was Tim Scott. It seemed like he was trying really hard to make a bigger impression. And one of the criticisms of him after the last debate was that he frankly missed an opportunity. He may not have made mistakes, but he missed an opportunity. Did he take his opportunity this time?
Well, I think nobody worked harder to insert themselves and unfortunately unsuccessfully than Governor Doug Burgum. And, you know, Doug's got to work really hard to be successful at some of these things and really speak out, all Dougs. But clearly, Tim Scott showed a lot more fire than we saw in the last debate and throughout the campaign. His campaign was saying this was going to be a big night for him, and it was. But again, we have to remember, what are these candidates running for? My prediction for Vivek after this is we're going to see him doing commercials on buying gold or sleeping pills or things like that, not as a serious contender for a cabinet position or president.
It really it is fucked up that they did not do the Survivor bit. Like, why would you not talk about who you would write off the island, man? And then you left it up to fucking Christopher Christie to be like, Donald Trump. Fuck you. God damn it. There was like one good moment there and like they robbed it from us. Ron DeSantis, you fucking piece of shit. Just no fun, no riz, no charisma, just an awful, annoying, smarmy, childish little baby. Okay, he was like, no, I do not want to have fun.
This nomination is not about who comes and rockets into third place after this debate. It's about who can take on Donald Trump, if anyone, and we're still looking for that person.
I have to say there were a lot of MyPillow ads throughout this Fox Business debate. So, point interestingly taken. Alice Stewart, I think this is probably going to be our final word. On the Tim Scott, Nikki Haley question, this is a little bit behind the scenes, but when I talk to my sources, there is a lot of bad blood between those two camps right now. And I think you saw a little bit of that on the stage, too.
We saw a lot of bit of that on the stage. And look, Southern hospitality was out the window with the two candidates from South Carolina. It was astounding to see. But clearly, Tim Scott went after her for gas taxes in South Carolina when she was governor, and she went after him for what she says he hasn't been able to do in Washington. It was shocking. But again, a lot of bad blood, and they put it out there for all the world to see. But she really held her own again, as she did the first debate with Vivek Ramaswamy. And let me just say in closing, I think one of the best tweet responses to this was from Mark Caputo from The Messenger. And he said, "Find someone who loves you as much as Nikki Haley hates Vivek Ramaswamy." I think that pretty much sums up her performance on the debate stage.
And by the way, Casey, the dynamic that we saw last night with Nikki Haley and Tim Scott is very reminiscent of Jeb Bush versus Marco Rubio. It's personal, it's state politics, it's about appointments to Senates and loyalties.
Earlier tonight.
All right, let's actually hear from the voters.
Scott Jennings
We're silly enough to watch this. Hold on.
Out of his way to underscore the degree to which the campaign from here on out is all about Iowa. Iowa, he said, is everything. With that in mind, CNN's Gary Tuckman in Nevada, Iowa, with voters who watched the debate. Gary?
Anderson, we're 110 days away from the first nominating caucuses here in the state of Iowa, and we have come back to the Hawkeye State to talk to Iowa voters who we watched the debate with. And we're actually in the same county we were in last month, watching that debate, Story County, home of Iowa State University. We have some Iowa State people here because we want to see how their thoughts compare today to how they compared last month. It's nice to be here with you again. Thank you for inviting us. First thing I want to ask you, if you had to write a headline about this debate, what would your headline be?
Shit show.
Republicans angry that they agree with each other.
Okay, you're talking about the commotion there. Yes?
I'd say a really good night for the free marketplace of ideas in the GOP.
Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. Those words, you should be punished for those words coming out of your fucking mouth, dude. I swear to God.
Yes?
Rude Republicans.
Rude Republicans. Did the commotion, the chaos bother you during the debate? Raise your hand if it bothered you. Raise your hand if it was okay. Okay, your lone opinion right there. What I want to ask you is this. When we were here last month, I asked the question, who do you think did best? Ramaswamy came in first, Haley came in second, DeSantis came in third last month. This month, who did you pick last month?
I picked Haley last month.
You picked Haley last month when you were here. Who did you pick today?
DeSantis.
Why?
I feel like he represented himself well, and he did a lot to show that he is a true winner that he could win a general election.
How about you? Who did you pick last month?
I picked Haley last month.
And this month?
Haley as well.
How come?
I honestly think both Haley and DeSantis had excellent debates, and I think a lot of Iowans are up for grabs right now, and I think DeSantis has long been looked at as the main alternative in the race, and I think the fact that she has strong favorability, polls the best against Biden, had two strong debate performances, and when people meet her, they like her, and so I think that'll give a lot of folks a reason to look at her, so I just think she'll see a large boost, but I also think DeSantis did himself well tonight, too.
Last month, who did you pick?
Haley.
And today?
Haley.
And how come?
Every single time she went to the debate,
she's the fucking GOAT, dude.
She was realistic, she had the facts, and she was strong. She showed what a true leader does, and she takes control. And I like that about someone who's running for president. They are someone who can exhibit a lot in themselves, and that's what she did.
And last month, who did you pick?
Vivek.
And today?
DeSantis.
How come?
I thought that DeSantis, because Vivek won the last debate, and I think that was the overall consensus, he was the target tonight. And so I think that took a lot of the personal attacks away from DeSantis, and he was able to speak to the issues more than everybody else. So I thought that was important.
And I think what's interesting about this group is of these 18 people, 16 of them are undecided. They don't know definitely who they'll caucus for come January. 2 people have made decisions. This gentleman right here, who have you decided on?
Doug Bergman.
Okay, so you like Burgum. And you?
Ron DeSantis, military veteran to Iraq.
Okay, and what's interesting is none of you are ready yet to vote
Ron DeSantis didn't talk last night. No, he did. He did. He actually had like, I think the second highest talking time. But it is interesting because he talks a lot in these debates, and yet he has like very little memorable moments. I don't know how. I feel like he has a way of saying a lot and still, coming across like he's not saying too much, I guess.
To caucus for Donald Trump, the former president of the United States. Something that was brought up quite a bit tonight by Christie, by DeSantis. Is Donald Trump disrespectful to Republican voters like you for not being part of these debates? What do you think?
No.
Yes. No, yeah. How come? No.
I just think that, it's his decision. It's a personal decision. And I think
You're asking a bunch of Republican voters who, listen. Americans have like a cuck coefficiency, okay, that is significantly higher than the rest of the world, okay? It's how much cuckening and cuckoldry you will withstand without actually pushing back, right? In comparison to other countries, like America has probably the highest rate of cuckening and cuckoldry that they will take in comparison to other nations. But ultimately, I would say that Republicans especially are the largest group of cuckolds. Cuckening isn't a word? Well, it is now. And the reason why I say this is because, they regularly vote against their best interests, even when Republicans are openly stating it's against their best interests, right? So, for that reason, asking Republican voters, prospective Republican voters, Donald Trump didn't attend the show. Don't you think that that's fucked up? Is never going to yield the responses that normal human beings should give to that question, which is yeah, it's kind of fucked up that he doesn't think it's he's not taking this shit seriously enough. They're going to say, no, it's best for him. He told me it's the best thing to do. I'm going to shut the fuck up and I'm going to listen. That's what they do. That's what Republicans do. So why would you ask him that question?
he feels like he has a lot of people that just know what he's about. He's been here several times. He's done several rallies. He's done lots of interviews. And so I think he probably feels like that kind of takes the place of him having to be on the debate stage. And I don't think he feels like he has a really good shot with what's happened in the past.
Would you like to hear him talk about the abortion issue, for example?
It bothered me, the abortion issue that's come up. Yeah.
That he wasn't here. Okay. What about you?
I think it's disrespectful that he didn't come to try to earn Iowans' votes, because so many people's votes are still up for grabs here in Iowa. And so not coming to try to earn that with the other candidates.
Yeah, this is the one way to trigger an Iowa voter, by the way, is to make it seem like Iowa doesn't matter. Because, this is the one thing they have. Okay? Iowans are so goddamn annoying. Voters in Iowa are so goddamn annoying. This is what these motherfuckers are up against. Yeah, more Republicans see Trump as a person of faith than Pence and Romney, dude. Republicans, 53% of Republicans say that Trump is a person of faith. 14% of Democrats say that, and 19% of independents say that. When you ask the percentage of Republican voters who said, "Is this person is this political figure a person of faith?" 53% said Trump is, 52% said Pence is, and 35% said Romney is. Care to question why? Evangelical Christianity. Evangelical Protestantism declares Mormonism to be an aberration, an affront to God, devil worship. That is precisely the reason why Mitt Romney, despite being probably one of the more faithful people in Congress, genuinely faithful people in Congress, they do not consider him to be a real Christian, because Evangelical Protestants think Mormons are devil worshippers. That's right. This is also part of the reason why I say they would never in a million years vote for Vivek Ramaswamy. They fucking think Mormons worship the devil. Like, you're out of your fucking mind if you think they would vote for someone who's even outside of the Christian faith. Okay? I personally believe the reason why evangelical Christians think Mormonism is like bad is because they're jealous. Okay? Mormonism is the superior form of American Christianity. They believe that America is the chosen land by God. Jesus Christ is actually blonde and blue-eyed, literally did not allow black people to be a part of the religion, and thought that all evil came from being black. And when you were punished for your crimes, you would become black. Like, it is the most fundamentally American religion you could have. It literally centers around American exceptionalism, American individualism. Mormonism is the American religion. So much so that the American government aggressively pursued them for wanting to do polycules, which is really fucked up. Okay. I'm sorry, but that's not Christianity in any shape or form. Who's to say? Are you Joseph Smith, our holy Lord and Savior, who happened upon treasures left by God in upstate New York in a fucking backyard? No? Well, then shut the fuck up. What are we talking about? Trump himself has noted his policies benefited social conservatives. Oh, for the record, if you are confused, you're like, okay, well, you know, they think Mormons are devil worshippers, so they don't think that Romney is a real Christian or a real person of faith. Okay. Then what about Michael Pence? Mike Pence is a real person of faith, and I mean that as a pejorative, in a negative, okay? So why is Donald Trump considered to be more of a faith, by more people, a person of faith than Mike Pence? That's because, once again, evangelical Christianity has nothing to do with Christianity or following the good book or what the Lord teaches. It's about doing pain to your enemies. It's about vanquishing your foes, okay? There are demons everywhere, left and right, and we must vanquish them. And Donald Trump does so much better with the spiteful nonsense, despite the reality that everybody fucking knows deep down inside that he does not give a single fuck about religion. That's it. That's literally it. That's what evangelical Protestants want, and Trump gives it to them. Okay? It's great. So yeah. That's what's going on here. But this also personally, I think, shows, for me at least, this shows that, like, they don't give a fuck about anything, dog. It's all vibes based. It's all vibes up and down, okay? That's it. Well, let's get back to this.
I think is a sign of disrespect, and I don't think he earned anyone's vote by not coming.
All right, here's what I want to ask: a show of hands now. Okay, I'm doing alphabetical order. Who you think did best during this debate? All of you. Burgum. 1. Christine.
Wait till he finds out there's a current Mormon in chat. Me? What do you mean? I got no issues. I don't give a fuck.
Okay, so his toughness didn't appeal to anybody tonight. DeSantis. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Haley.
Bro is literally in the polycule tweeting or twitching at me. You know what I mean? He's like, man, listen.
All of you. Burgum. Okay, I'm doing alphabetical order. Who you think did best during this debate? all of you. Burgum.
One guy? Where are my burger maniacs at? Where are the burger heads at, dude? Are you fucking joking? Dude, he had it all, man. He fucking shut down the Latina lady over and over again in like a very racist way, in my opinion. Like so much so that it like after the fourth time, I was like, okay, this has got to be racist, right? But he just kept talking over her. Like he just was like, listen, I'm from North Dakota. I've never seen someone that's not white. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I don't understand what's going on.
One, Christie. Okay, so his toughness didn't appeal to anybody tonight. DeSantis.
Oh, his toughness didn't. No, he's just fucking. He's a loser, man. Thank God Burgum actually squeezed out the Christie lead there. Respect for the Burgomaniac.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Haley. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pence. Ramaswamy. 1. Scott. All right, so it looks like DeSantis, the winner in this room. Who do you think this was a bad night for?
Pence.
Pence. Why are you all saying Pence?
I think he completely destroyed his credibility. He was directly questioned on his record during the Trump administration on, I forgot what issue specifically was brought up, but he had no defense that they had campaigned on, again, I forget the issue specifically,
Obamacare.
and he didn't.
That's crazy. There is no better representation of how vibes-based this shit is, bro. He doesn't even fucking know what it is. He's like, I just don't remember. Like, he just did a bad time. He just did a bad job responding to a question. I don't even remember what the question was. I just remember how it made me feel. Okay? And that's kind of true for a lot of stuff in the political realm. It's just people just remember how you made them feel. Okay? Everything is vibes-based. They don't give a fuck about the issues, dog. No shot. Plus, why would you really? Why would you give a shit about the issues? Because you're voting for the Republican in the Republican primary. Like, if you actually cared about the issues, you would just not vote in the Republican primary at all. You would just not vote for the Republican Party in general. You would probably not even vote for the Democrats, let's be real. But, like, you definitely wouldn't vote for the Republicans, right? So dumb.
But Obamacare, yes. They didn't follow through with that, and instead of answering the question that was given to him about why that wasn't followed through, and
I would follow up with this fucking little shithead about what he thinks about Donald Trump then. You know what I mean? Because, like, it's not like Mike Pence, he's the VP. So what do you think about Donald Trump not following through on Obamacare? He'd be like, I like that he didn't do it.
will he do differently as president himself? He just went off about something completely irrelevant and never answered the question.
A lot of you raised your hands about Pence. Who else raised their hand about Pence? Why do you think that?
Well, I think that he comes across a little bit like not very believable to me. He's rather pious sounding in his manner.
He's too religious for people to literally perceive him as like a real person.
And it makes it come across like, I'm just a politician trying to get your vote, and it doesn't seem as believable as he could.
So the final question, do you think this was good for the party, this debate tonight?
Yes.
Yes.
Anyone have a problem with the debate, with the commotion? You?
Well, it's not with the commotion, but I think the...
Oh, one other aspect of this is authenticity. Americans, we're hyper-capitalist, hyper-individualist, very entitled, not very smart. And for that reason, and you see this online all the time, the only way to signal authenticity online is by doing what? Being a fucking dickhead. Okay? Being honestly dishonest. Okay? Openly corrupt. That's what Trump does very well. He's like, listen, I'm a bad guy, but I'm your bad guy. I'm a bad guy, but I'm your bad guy. And that's precisely what plays really well online with a lot of kids. That's precisely what plays well with these guys who are also, you know, kid-brained. Because people think that if you are nice, well, no one is nice. I'm a bad guy, so everyone else must be a bad guy too. I'm deeply insecure about how I behave. I'm a bad guy, so everyone else that is a bad guy is also real, just like me. That's it. In many respects, that's why the vice signaling works so well. That's why they think like Donald Trump is a more authentic and more genuine figure than Mike Pence. Mike Pence, to a fault, is a sociopathic zealot, okay? He believes in his shit. Donald Trump is very good at messaging and saying things that people want to hear, and is also very good at like crafting a narrative around his own personal grievances, as though these are grievances that impact the everyday Americans, especially those in the Republican Party. So just remember that. That's why I say it's all fucking vibes based.
Format doesn't allow the issues to be expounded on by each individual. The moderators had way too many subjects, and they had one or two people speaking on each subject. I think there are too many people in the debate, and I think that needs to be ironed out.
What a lot of these folks have told me today is they'd like to see microphones turned off at times. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you all for inviting us. And as you can see, in this room at least, here in the state of Iowa, a good night for DeSantis. Anderson.
Gary, thanks so much, and thank everybody in the room for us. Always fascinating to hear.
Yeah. It is. And so you're listening to Iowa voters there. I'm looking 1, 2, 3, 4. I've been in touch with some of the voters we're working with in Iowa and New Hampshire. And you get the same impression there in terms of the people who were for Haley going in were for Haley coming out. You see the reaction there with Gary's group, DeSantis doing okay, which is good for Haley and DeSantis, and it's better for Donald Trump. Because you keep the two people, if the potential breakout candidates are Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley, is there a third? No one, Ramaswamy maybe after the first debate, maybe he did come up some. But if they're all just trading those votes back and forth, and Trump stays at high 30s or 40s, and in some polls he's around 50 in these states. So the question is, there's another debate in, I think it's 42 days or 41 days from now. Number one, can anybody start to pull away into a solo second place as opposed to a bunch? And then number two, you heard it from those voters there, A, how many qualify by the RNC rules? They're tougher for the third debate. And then B, do the donors and some other big people in the party start to say, look, sorry, you three got to get out so that these four can stay in and fight Trump.
I think the Pences of the world, the Christies, even the Tim Scotts, I mean, the reaction in that room to those names.
Pretty brutal.
It was brutal. And they're not doing what they said they set out to do by being in the race. It really raises the question.
Tactically speaking, why don't they pull a Dems and consolidate with the one dude? Because Donald Trump is the Republican Party. Donald Trump is the Republican Party. The Republican Party is Trump's party. And the voters like Donald Trump more than they like anyone else. So even if there was a big push from institutional power in the Republican Party, those who want to continue the legacy of the Republican Party, those who want the party to continue thriving and ever winning power ever again, and they just backed one horse. I don't even know who that horse would be. Nikki Haley is a woman, so there is issues there in the eyes of the Republican base of support. And obviously, Ron DeSantis is fucking Ron DeSantis and is gross. He radiates nervousness and an energy that people just don't like. And as I've told you, it's all vibes based to begin with. So you run into the issue of which horse to back. Okay. And then after which horse to back, you run into the issue of how that horse will be able to defeat Donald Trump. All of the rest of the fucking party consolidates behind one guy. They still don't meet Donald Trump. Donald Trump still wins in that situation. And now in the general, you pissed off a lot of fucking people who either wanted to not vote for Donald Trump and are pissed off that like Donald Trump is a candidate, or people who wanted to vote for Donald Trump and are now pissed off. I mean, they'll still vote for Donald Trump, but like there will be plenty of people who did not want to vote for Donald Trump and did everything they could and still lost, that will just go, oh, fuck this. I'm not voting then. Fuck you guys.
And what is the rationale going forward? And I think the voters in the Republican primary have been saying through the polls for a pretty long time, the folks in the low single digits, you're not seeing a whole lot of movement there, and yet they stay in the race for whatever their personal rationales are, and it's not really changing. You're seeing movement higher up, 5 and above, in the low teens. That's where all the action is. So for whatever that's worth, that may guide where this all goes.
Where was Obama 100 days out in Iowa? I mean, Trump has a lead way bigger than Hillary Clinton ever had. Trump has the biggest lead
he was
ever.
in the 20s.
He was in the 20s.
In fact, there was an ABC poll in late August that had him in the lead. He wasn't, but
he was already.
He was on the way. He was on the way up. But I would just say one thing: Christie's not running in Iowa, and you wouldn't expect him to do well with this group. He's putting his chips in New Hampshire. The latest New Hampshire polls show a bunch in second place with DeSantis,
Like 10, 11,
with
12%.
Haley. Christie and DeSantis. But the interesting thing about that, and I honestly think this, I think Donald Trump is in a very good position, and it's going to take a lot to dislodge him. The one thing that's interesting about Haley is she's competing in both Iowa and New Hampshire. She's actually well positioned in New Hampshire to do well, maybe not to beat Trump, but she's moving up there. If she were to do well in Iowa, even if she doesn't win Iowa, and I remember, this may even predate you, John, but in 1984, Gary Hart got 16% of the vote in Iowa. Walter Mondale, who was the runaway frontrunner, the former vice president, got 49, and Hart won New Hampshire. He catapulted out of there. It finished second. He won New Hampshire, and then it became a race. Now, Mondale ultimately won. I'm not predicting that's going to happen, but Haley, there's a lot of interest in her. I think there'll continue to be a lot of interest in her after this debate.
She's also well.
Dude, if I'm Chris Christie and my co-hosts are talking shit about my prospects that I have been telling them for the past month or so, for the past couple of months at this point, that like that's where I'm gonna make my strike. I'd be pissed. David Axelcock would be getting a fucking call, okay, from, I don't even have a good name for Christopher Christie. That's all I got. Donald Duck is going to catapult him, just wait. It's just so wild that he's a media guy, Chris Christie is. And he's running to be a media guy. He's not running to win the presidency. He's not even going to get a position. Fuck easy. I'm going to ban you permanently again. You have to stop spamming, dude. Please stop fucking spamming. Jesus Christ, you're so fucking annoying, dog. We literally unbanned you after your girlfriend begged to get you unbanned, and you literally do not stop. Okay? Please. If you spam something for 8 times in the fucking chat and I don't respond, I'm not going to respond to you. Stop fucking spamming the same goddamn link, dude. Fuck Easy's got a girlfriend and none of y'all do, dude. Think about that, okay? Just spam 3 times. If I don't fucking respond, I don't click on your link, then no, it's not happening for you. I promise. God damn. Some of y'all need to get your link privileges taken away because right now, as it stands, if you subscribe at the top of the hour, you get to send me fucking shit that you want me to look at. And some of you abuse it, okay? Now, of course, there's still plenty of benefits, like avoiding the top of the hour ad break, which is 3 minutes long at the top of the fucking hour. So that's a pretty solid benefit, in my opinion. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I mean, we can do that. Make it so that Fuck Easy can't at me and send links. And then that would like clean up his chatter behavior. Anyway.
But with me now is the presidential candidate, Ron DeSantis. Not a lot of sleep last night. He's with me in California now. And, sir, wanted to squeeze you in here and get your reaction to the events of last night. However, I want to begin with the hearing that we have right now on the president. Do you support the investigation into President Biden and his son?
Absolutely. This family is potentially the most corrupt presidential family in history. Joe Biden's already lied about the business dealings. We know that. We now see $250,000 going to Biden's address from China. So this stinks to high heaven. They're right to do it. And I support it. I would also point out that, when you talk about things like impeachment, one of the things is just violating your oath of office. And I look at what's happening at the southern border. He took an oath to support and defend the Constitution, make sure that the laws are faithfully executed, and he has absolutely defaulted on that obligation, and we see the carnage that's happened. So I think there's a whole host of things to look at, but certainly this corruption is real. They need to produce the goods, of course, but where there's smoke, there's fire. And here's the thing: if all this was on the up and up, I don't think he would have been lying about it for all these years.
Now, we'll see how Republicans go during this hearing. Let's talk about last night quickly, okay? I thought one of your better moments was the top of the second hour when you were talking about education and your experience in Florida as governor. And then you went into...
yeah, when he said he's going to ban the Chinese from attending universities, I thought that was fire, man. Thank you. I love that.
What I think many would consider a rare moment. You talked about your military service. Watch here.
Wait, what?
Had a lot of opportunities to make money, but I wanted to serve. And I'll never forget coming back on the plane from Iraq, landing in Coronado, California, North Island, and feeling that breeze off the Pacific Ocean and say, you know what? I am lucky to have been born an American. And I think being able to serve, and I'll be the first president elected since 1988 who's actually served overseas in a war.
Governor, the reason I wanted to play...
Bro, he was a lawyer. He was a lawyer in the military. All he had to do was just say, yes, this kind of torture is legally permissible. That's what he did. He acts like he fucking saw combat, dog. Yeah, the only thing he fucking served was papers. I'm not, dude, if he wasn't a Republican, dude, God, Republicans are allowed to do this shit. Republicans are allowed to do this shit, and it's so annoying to me, okay? Because if John Kerry, who, like, was literally a Purple Heart medal recipient, okay, was destroyed, and they said, oh, your fucking Purple Hearts are probably fake, dumbass. Fuck you, I bet you're gay. Like, Ron DeSantis should not be allowed to fucking act like he was, diving out of Black Hawk helicopters. I hate that. I hate that so much. John McCain was prisoner of war, and Trump was successfully able to say, hey, look, I like my fucking heroes that weren't captured, you know? To be fair, I feel like the Arizona moderates did not like that. And they loved it so, they love John McCain so much that they've been punishing the Republican Party mercilessly since. But I mean, think about it. Like, I hate John McCain. I think John McCain's a fucking idiot. Who gives a shit? Well, I also think he's a based anti-imperialist hero that dropped many imperialist pig dog planes. But like he said that, and then Arizona was like, okay, fuck you. All right, let's ball. Fuck it. We ball, dude. Arizona is the never Trump Republican state.
Play that is because some Republicans have been critical of you because they believe you lack a bit of a personal touch. But that answer was different. Why'd you go there?
Well, Bill, I think sometimes people want to know more.
Damn, dude. Did you guys notice how he took the dick out of his mouth to ask that question for 1 second? That's wild. He's like, dude, a lot of people criticize you for being impersonal and like a lizard person, but you really came across as personable when you lied to everybody on the debate stage about how, like, you were fucking serving and saw active duty in combat.
About you. Now, my view on typically running, I want to tell you what I'm going to do for you. But when you're in a presidential situation, people kind of want to know what drives you. And, I just pointed out I was a blue collar kid working minimum wage jobs. I ended up getting degrees from Yale and Harvard Law School, come out more conservative than when I went. I had a lot of opportunities to do very well financially. And coming from blue collar roots, I think most people would have took that. But I felt the obligation to serve. I left a lot of money on the table, but being able to wear the uniform, volunteering to go to Iraq, it's an important part of who I am, and I think as commander-in-chief, it will inform my judgments about how to do it. And then it was just interesting being back in California, where that was where we had deployed from, and that's where we came back, and so it brought back a lot of old memories. We actually did an event on Sunday night at the VFW in Coronado, so we had a lot of great veterans, and people are appreciative to have a veteran running for office.
Let me try and squeeze in a few more before we get back to this hearing. In debate number 1 back in Milwaukee, you didn't go after Donald Trump, but last night you did. Why?
Well, he's missing in action, Bill. This is something you have to earn. Nobody is.
Dude, they are trying so hard. They're trying so hard to pump my man's stocks, dude. It's crazy. Like, he didn't do shit. He, like, barely snubbed Donald Trump, like, twice. Like, wow, remember when you daggered Donald Trump and destroyed him? Like, you hadn't done that before. It was really cool when you did that. Why did you do that? And it's like, did he do that? Is that the takeaway from anyone that watched that fucking debate? I don't think people are gonna. Like, I get it. Donald Trump is the god, right? He's the GOAT. He's the OG on the block. So obviously, like, any kind of criticism of him is seen as like way more aggro than it would. But like, like Chris Christie's been out there dying to get pot shots at Trump, and nobody on Fox News gives a fuck. The one time DeSantis is like, where is Donald Trump? Why is he not here? Everyone's like, oh man. Fox News is like, man, that's sick. Thank God. You did great, Ronnie boy.
Is entitled to this. I remember back in 2020, I had a big party in Tallahassee for that first debate that Trump did with Biden. And the reality is Biden beat Trump in that debate. Biden, and I don't know how you could lose to Biden in a debate, but that happened. And so we're in a situation now where we're not getting a mulligan on the 2024 election. We've had 3 election cycles in a row as Republicans where we've underperformed. Not in Florida. We set the standard in Florida. We got to get this right. We see the country's in decline. We can't just be content with managing this decline. We've got to reverse it. We need an American revival. I think what we've shown in Florida is that it is possible to do. President Reagan was somebody, when he came in, because we were at his library, people said it couldn't be done. We're in an era of limits, that the Carter performance was basically optimal at that point for America. Ronald Reagan rejected that, and I'm rejecting that here right now, and I have the ability to get the job done. So he owes it to the voters to defend his record, to defend the decisions he's made, and also to defend why is he running on the same program in 2016.
I don't get it. Defend his record. You can't, on the one hand, claim your record is fire in Florida, and that's why you're winning in Florida, and then simultaneously be like, Trump needs to defend his record. You're Trump. You're literally, like, your appeal in the national politics sphere comes from you trying to be Trump. It's so bad.
16 that he did not actually implement. For example, draining the swamp. He didn't fire Christopher Wray. He didn't fire Anthony Fauci. He didn't do anything to clean house. Now, all of a sudden, he's going to slay the administrative state when he gave Fauci an award his last day in office. What about all the spending and debt? They racked up massive amounts of debt, particularly in his last year in office. Of course, you're going to end up leading to inflation when you do that. So I think on issue after issue, he owes it to the voters to come out and do it. And I'd say the final thing, Bill, he's had a lot to say about me on social media, really since 2022, right before the midterm election. He started attacking me when we all Republicans were supposed to be united for a red wave. No, he tried to attack me and has been doing it a lot. You know, it's one thing to do it behind a keyboard. Step up on stage and do it to my face. I'm ready for it. You used to say I was a great governor. Now, all of a sudden, you're saying the opposite. Let's have that discussion, and I'll do it. We could do it one-on-one. I was with Sean last night. Let's do that, and let's give the American people the choice that they deserve.
You may not get that opportunity. I'm not sure if he's going to participate in any of these primary debates, but we'll see. You saw the polling numbers in this past weekend from NBC and ABC. You know what the reality is. You trail him in some cases significantly. I've heard you speak.
Yeah, but that's when you get into these early states, Bill, it's very fluid. And you've seen this. You talk about those polls. They say 20% are definite Trump, 35% in Iowa are definitely not, and the rest are considering Trump or others. And so you can look at a poll, but a lot of these voters are just now starting to pay attention. So the idea that you take a poll.
Yeah, totally. Famously, Trump is a newcomer to the field. So what you're saying is totally relevant here. You know, because no one knows who Trump is. Like, they're paying attention to him for the first time ever. Hey, idiot. You're so fucking stupid. That only works if you got two presidential prospects that have never run for president before. Okay? That argument goes out the window when you have like a built-in incumbency advantage. As the former president. What do you mean? Like, he's literally looking at polling to be like, well, a lot of people don't know. They're just not paying attention. It's like, yeah. Them just not paying attention works against you in a serious way. Why? Because so far, every single time you have appeared on camera, your approval rating has gone down. Okay? You're trending downwards because people, when they do find out about you, despise you. People already know Trump, and they've already made up their minds on Trump. So 35% of Iowans say, we're not voting for Trump. You're fucked. That means the rest of them are like, oh, we're voting for Trump. Unless a unknown who people are introduced to is so likable and so unique that some of those people turn around and say, all right, you know what? Fuck it. This guy's who I'm going to vote for. Look at that. Look at that, dude. His favorability has tanked. The more he's on camera, the more people are like, you're gross. Please stop. You're disgusting. It would be hilarious to see Trump absolutely annihilate DeSantis face to face. Ronnie wouldn't come up to Trump's chin. Just no show that the squeaky voice loser ever breaks 20% in an actual vote. Yeah, 100%. That's the other side of it, which is like, be careful what you wish for, Ronnie. Like, Donald Trump would fucking eviscerate him. How could you fail as a conservative? You literally just have to play culture wars. No, you can overplay your hand with culture wars, for the record, which Ron DeSantis literally did. If you want to understand how to fail as a Republican, look to what Ron DeSantis did. One, he is pathetically unlikable. And every time he talks, people fucking hate him. Two, he hit the culture war button so hard, he actually forgot what the culture war was for. The culture war is supposed to be a distraction that allows you to act like you're different than the Democratic Party as you do everything in your power to pick apart the federal government or the state government and deregulate industries and allow corporations to continue bringing in record high profits. Cannot, under any circumstances, especially not as a Republican, turn around and actually use the culture war narrative to a degree where you end up using big government initiatives to hurt the most successful business in your fucking state. Like, Rick Scott was literally like, dog, what are you doing? You're going way too far. Does Florida actually hate him? I think Florida has a massive influx of reactionary migrants. Like, and I don't mean like, Cuban and Venezuelan asylum seekers. I mean like Californians and shit, or people from Iowa and Ohio that like move into Florida, even though there are reactionary migrants that come into Florida as well. But I'm talking like hogs from Ohio that are like, hell yeah, brother, I want to go to the free state. So I think that it doesn't really matter how bad Ron DeSantis is. Like, they love him. But I do think that some of the policies that he's pushed for at the state legislature are too distracting. And it's all dependent on like how people feel in Florida. Like, are they suffering under the economy? Do they perceive his like abortion ban to be way too far? They should. I think that like his another misstep for Ron in Florida was when he did the anti-immigration thing, which ended up hurting agriculture and construction in the state. Where like a lot of immigrant workers were just like, okay, I'm not showing up to work. I'm fucking leaving the state. And it seemed like a lot of people were frustrated with that. Like, there's a lot of stuff that he does that people get mad about.
In September, and then you disenfranchise the voters' ability to make their choices. I can tell you this, in Iowa and New Hampshire, those voters expect you to show up. They expect you to participate in the process, and I think he's running a risk for his candidacy by not doing it. Obviously, he'd be running a risk by getting on the stage because it's not been something he's been willing to do, but you owe it to the voters to get up there and defend your record.
I've heard about your strategy in Iowa. You're trying to get to all 99 counties, and that should happen sometime this fall. Let's see when that does happen. On foreign policy, I've listened to your some of the positions you have taken. But however, on Ukraine, last night you said there should be no blank checks. As you're aware, there's a debate within the Republican Party, especially in the House now, about how much aid should go to this current war. When you say no blank checks, Are you suggesting that there is support on your behalf for those Republicans who think we should pull back from the aid that we're giving to Ukraine?
Well, as I understand, a lot of those Republicans, they're making the point of, how do you do that while ignoring these massive problems here at home, for example, with our own southern border? And I also think an issue that was kind of raised last night, we didn't get to flush out, is Biden's policy is basically Europe first. He is not doing what he needs to do to deter China in the Indo-Pacific. He will say, and some of the people on the...
Wait, what? Biden's policy is Europe first, not fucking Indo-Pacific first? Are you so dumb that, like, you've lost your mind? Brother, like, at first I was about to say, okay, doing a decent job dancing around the Ukrainian issue because, like, it's not popular, generally speaking, and it's certainly not popular in the Republican base of support, which I told you months ago that this was going to be the case, and a lot of you at the time are sending me poll results about how popular help to Ukraine is. A couple months back, I told you that, like, during the election cycle, Ukraine and money to Ukraine is going to be an issue that Republicans will be against. Now, having said that, that's understandable. It's understandable to take like a more wishy-washy position on this, because on the one hand, you have the interest of the military-industrial complex, which you need to maintain to win any election, really, and that's where the Ukraine money is going to, and also some American industry as well. Wait, what? You said that Ramaswamy fucked up because Republicans don't support Russia? No, man. Republicans don't support Russia, and they don't support Ukraine. They don't give a fuck. How do you not understand what I'm saying? If you turn around and say, oh my God, I love Russia, actually, Russia's doing the best in Ukraine, you're gross. It is basically the difference between having a psychotic opinion on trans issues and having no opinion whatsoever. Okay? Most people just have apathy towards trans people, for example. They think, like, yeah, trans people are kind of weird. I don't really understand it. Ew, like, I don't want to think about it. Once you move beyond that point and you become the children's genitals are being mutilated kind of guy, then you're gross. You're gross. You're icky. Same goes for pro-Russia positioning in the Republican Party. Okay? If you're a Republican, it makes sense to you to say, why the fuck are we giving so much money to Ukraine, dog? This is crazy. Okay? We should go and I don't know, invade Mexico instead. Republicans look at that and go, you know what? You're right. Border wall for me. If you become the pushing Z guy and you're like, actually, we got to do everything we can to ensure that, you know, Ukraine, which means the border, by the way, actually belongs to Russia and should belong to Russia, then you're a freak. You're a psycho. What the fuck? Why do you care about this? Ew, get away from me. Now, of course, the inverse of that isn't true. If you are that invested in, like, pro-Ukraine, you're not going to come across as weird as the pro-Russia guy, obviously, because Russia is the USSR. It's communism. There's too much Red Scare propaganda associated with Russia in the same way that there isn't really with Ukraine. So Ukraine is like a relatively new thing for Americans. So the way that they look at it, if you're pro-Ukraine, that's fine. Like, it's understandable. A lot of media has been cut in that direction. Like, people don't think about it beyond the real reasons as to why NATO operates in the region, or what Ukrainian demands and needs are, whether Ukrainians are dying or not. You know what I mean? They don't care about any of that shit. Russia is not USSR, little bro, is such a funny take to tell me. Okay, you think I don't know that? I'm talking about the way that the average American feels about Russia. That's why I've always made fun of Republicans who are, like, extra stupid, because, like, after a century of Red Scare propaganda and hating the USSR and hating Russia, you turned around and started loving Russia because like of a couple Telegram channels where like a bunch of dudes, okay, a bunch of dudes living in like fucking Hungary sent you text messages saying like Putin is actually killing trans people and he's defending Western civilization. Like that's how quickly you rewrote. That's how quick it was for you to fucking override like 100 years of Red Scare propaganda that like now they swapped that fast from that's the ultimate bad country to the good country. You are like a uniquely stupid person in that situation. Anyway. So, as far as like Ukraine goes, like when he was saying like, oh, we shouldn't do a blank check, like that's actually good messaging for the Republican primary. Okay. It's not bad messaging for the Republican primary, but then he turned around and was like, Joe Biden is going Europe first and not Indo-Pacific first. Like, are you fucking stupid? Just say China is bad. Just say China is bad. They're trying to fucking steal our lunch money. And that's why we got to stick it to them. You don't have to talk about like the strategic interest that America has in the Indo-Pacific Sea. Like, what are you, fucking stupid? No Republican Fox News watcher is like looking at that and going, that's right, actually, I don't like that Biden is pro-Europe instead of pro-Asia. Like, are you stupid? Or are you trying to cut propaganda for fucking Joseph Robinette Biden here? Like, they're going to be like, Europe, there's a lot of white people that live there. Asia, I don't really understand what the fuck they're saying, so I think maybe not that bad.
On the stage will say that the way you deter China is to continue Ukraine indefinitely, basically a blank check. I actually think China would benefit from a multi-year quagmire. I think we need to bring that war in Europe to a conclusion, but we have to do more in the Indo-Pacific. We don't have adequate hard power. So if somebody like Xi Jinping is looking at a Taiwan amphibious invasion, he's going to calculate what the resistance is. And if we have a strategy of denying him an ability to do.
Real quick question for like liberal and liberal adjacent people in the chat who like oftentimes chirp at me about like my opinion on Taiwan or my opinion on Ukraine or whatever. What differentiates your perspective than like Ron DeSantis, for example? Like, because he's saying China bad, China wants to take over Taiwan, we have to do something, we have to beef up our hard power. And I genuinely want to know, like, what is your actual perspective on the matter that like differs from both Ron DeSantis and Joe Biden? Or do you just think that these guys are right, that China is trying to take over Taiwan and we have to, you know, do hard power? Like, is that what your perspective is? Like, it doesn't come as a surprise to you at all that, like, you and the American State Department are completely aligned and both sides have their own version of cutting that propaganda so that you can, like, find your own, like, choose your own adventure style way of defending the same exact opinion. Because, like, Democrats will say Taiwan is gay as fuck and China is, like, homophobic and they want to kill all the gays in Taiwan. So then Democrats are like, oh, we got to liberate Taiwan because, like, you know, that's what we care about. Republicans will go, we have to fucking flex our military might against China because China is actually, like, stealing our industry and stealing our IP or whatever the fuck, right? And they're scary. They're Asian. Like, look, they look different than us. Ew, yuck. Like, we have to kill them. And then Republicans are like, hell yeah, brother. Like, say no more. I love that shit. So there is something for everyone in the United States of America if you want to defend and align with the American foreign policy. I know this because I was an Ameribu growing up in Turkey who watched it happen for Iraq. I watched it happen for Afghanistan, but most importantly, I watched it happen for Iraq. Okay? I saw it. I saw the justifications for why Operation Iraqi Freedom was a necessity. It was a Republican administration that was doing it, but the way they sold it was we were bringing democracy to Iraq. There was always a perspective that you could hold on to There was always a genuine reason as to why we have to do whatever the fuck America is doing around the world. And it doesn't matter what your point of view is. Like, there is like tailor-made propaganda. Taiwanese media has completely brainwashed the older generation. My dad, for example, is a hardline conservative and thinks Trump will save Taiwan. My generation sees economic cooperation as the only way to maintain status quo. Also, DeSantis is discussing he's using this point to boost himself. Okay, this is a good take. This is Show Sleepy ZZ, who I've duked it out with a little bit over Taiwan. This is like an actual good take. Similar thing is happening in Vietnam as well, from what I understand, despite the fact that like Vietnam is very different in their ideological worldview than Taiwan is, and yet like Vietnam also thinks that like China is sticking it to Trump is sticking it to China. But yeah, economic cooperation is the way to continue in an effort not to rock the fucking boat, which is my perspective on Taiwan, which is the also prevailing overwhelming majority perspective in Taiwan as well, because any kind of deviation from the norm is going to ruin people's lives. It's going to ruin Taiwanese lives. And America's involvement is just across the board bad, because it's not done for genuine purpose. Do you think the U.S.-Taiwan interest has more to do with proxy war stuff or the existence of semi-autonomy of TSM? I personally don't think the U.S. government gives a fuck about the Taiwanese. No, they care about the semiconductors. Important. That's really important. It has strategic importance. You know what I mean? And then beyond that, it is a really good way for America to just like kind of hold over and bully China with. Like, remember what I said? You can pick and choose your own adventure in the same way that like there will be people from every background that get enough defenses that somehow always suspiciously align with the current American foreign policy. Not 20 years down the line, after all is said and done, and we notice the impacts are devastating. But right now, okay, this is precisely what I mean. As a socialist, I don't think we should allow the Ba'athist Party to continue gassing the Kurdish people. Kurdish people are socialist in northern Iraq, and I think that we need to be aligned with them. And the best possible way to develop an autonomous Iraqi region for those socialist Iraqi Kurds is by invading Iraq and absolutely eviscerating its infrastructure. I'm a socialist, and I just gave you a socialist reason as to why America should socialistly invade Iraq. Did you notice that? Did you notice what I just said earlier when I told you that there is a pick and choose your own talking point / adventure that anyone can do to defend America's foreign policies? Do you get it? You're doing that right now. You're literally doing the example that I just gave you. Autonomous Iraqi Kurdistan isn't remotely socialist. Man, I was making a joke. I know that it's not. I'm saying that fucking you can find. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be real for someone to like hold on to like the hope that America's foreign policy this time around is going to be positive. Do you not get that? Anyway. The other chatter replied, what did they say? I don't want to get too far into like debating and stuff because it's unproductive in general. Yeah, instead of one more lane, our foreign policy is one more country. Yeah, this time it's real. This time it's good. And the older I get, the more I see that. Because like I've now lived through the this time it's actually good and necessary argument multiple times now. Like, you know, you had it with Libya, you had it with Iraq, you had it with Afghanistan, you had it with Ukraine. Like, it's always a, no, this time it's a necessary war. It's actually morally righteous. Like, our conquest is morally righteous this time, is precisely what we're doing. And the irony is, like, we've also gotten so good at fucking outsourcing that we're basically outsourcing the hurt. Like, at this point, Ukraine is the perfect type of battle to engage in for the American government. And they openly state it. These people in positions of power openly say it, right? They're like, we are crippling the Russian military force, a foreign adversary, with 5% of our budget, with not a single American active duty service member dying. Like, that is, they're literally jerking around. They get to dump all the fucking weapons. They get to dump all of the fucking weapons into an area. They get to justify all the tax dollars spent on the military-industrial complex. Then they get to turn around and say, oh, no, we don't have any of the fucking old refurbished weapons that we gave. Now we need new weapons. So then we have to manufacture even more. And not a single American soldier dies in the process. It's fucking awesome. We have outsourced our imperialism in a certain way. Like, obviously, the Ukrainian defense and Ukrainian emancipation is a worthy, just cause, okay? But if the goal on at least one of the actors on the one side is never-ending war and conquest because they don't see any negative consequences from it and only see positives from it, America, okay? And the other side, Russia, wants like bloodthirsty land grabbing and is willing and able to throw bodies at the fucking problem, okay? You continue this forever. You can continue this as far as like Ukrainians can keep going. Defense of Ukraine is not a bad thing, no matter how you frame it. Is a good take. I love that. You're right. But that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is our investment is important. Our genuine perspective is important. If your goal is not true Ukrainian emancipation, which it is not, it's not harm reduction, which it's not, and it's simply to fucking throw every Ukrainian at the problem because they do genuinely want to defend Ukraine against Russian forces, okay, then you're going to do whatever it takes to continue the fucking war. You don't give a shit. You're not going to apply pressure, for example, or push the conversation in the direction that you want it to go to, for example. At which point, I find it rather gross that like America sit around and go, no, man, we're actually doing the right thing. We're actually doing a great thing from far away. Like, it's great. Continue, have it continue going. Optics of aid like this are awful when people are struggling domestically. Yeah, there's this element of it too, which surprisingly, I don't even give a shit about this part of it. Like, I would rather do this only with obviously no repercussions, like no expectations. Like, the goal should be to spend money in other nations with no expectation of like with no expectation, no return on investment. That would be great if we did that. Right? Except we're not doing that, obviously. We're fucking, we are going to pick apart the entirety of the Ukrainian state and all of its assets. What the fuck? I can't even say assets. Assets. What is wrong with me? Assets. Oh my God. Oh my God. Why am I? Dude, there's something wrong with me. Why am I not allowed to? Why can't I say this? Assets. Have I developed a fucking speech impediment? What the fuck is going on? I feel like I'm stroking. Vaccine injury? I think so. Dementia? Maybe. I do not smell burnt toast. Oh. Assets. Okay. Do we have the full video of this? I want to watch the full one. Like, not just the... Oh, let me see. Oh, this is...
Inside the Story with CBS.
That's it. That's the bankrolling of the war in Ukraine. The U.S. sent more than $70 billion worth of aid to Ukraine since the Russian troops crossed its border last year. Biden admin is requesting $20 billion more, but not all of that money is being spent on weapons. Some of it is being spent on developing the Ukrainian economy. So that's where we're at. Never allow a single motherfucker to tell you how will we pay for it ever again. Okay? Saying. What is this? How do we deal with a superpower led by a war criminal? Yeah, how do we? It would be so odd. Yeah, I mean, how would we deal with that? Anyway. Pause the broadcast, read my previous situation. Can you clarify for me? Is this 60-second segment pro-Ukraine or both sides in the story? No, of course they're pro-Ukraine. What do you mean? It's 60 minutes, dog. What the fuck? When have they been anti-Ukraine? No, they're pro-Ukraine, but American involvement in Ukraine from the average person's perspective is going to be dramatically different than like the type of commentary they're trying to cut. He said pause the broadcast, dude. Anyway, yeah. So that was the Ukrainian side of the story.
Do that successful deterrent strategy that is going to make all the difference over the course of the next decade. So my approach to national security is going to be take the China threat as the preeminent threat, make sure we're doing what we need to do to deter them in Asia, and then work with the European allies to get a sustainable peace in Europe. But they should be doing more.
I'm not even kidding. I feel like he's trying to do the Vivek Ramaswamy a little bit. Like, he's literally, did he think that Vivek's argument was better? Because, like, every Republican does the, oh, well, you know, I'm not anti-war. I'm just anti, you know, using our funds in this direction, right? I don't know. It feels like he's doing this. It feels like he's hitting the fucking he's hitting the let's focus more on our war with China instead of Ukraine, which is the Vivek Ramaswamy take, kind of.
than they have done. We have done an awful lot, and that's just the reality. But how do you leave your own border wide open? You know, there are Russians coming in across the southern border right now. There are Iranians. There are Chinese coming across the southern border.
Hey, you can watch this story live
but they
on
have
TV
to. They have to deal with their own country first.
Yeah.
But we have to. I think what Americans.
This guy's so charismatic, dude. This person is not even like the guy is not even like against him, and he's having a hard time gathering his thoughts and responding.
Are frustrated with is you have a ruling elite in D.C. that constantly ignore their concerns and the things that they care about. And I think this border issue is one of those where they don't care about that, but they're willing to hotline stuff all across the world. And so let's make sure we're taking care of our own folks first. And as president, on day one, we will get the border. It'll be a front burner issue, and people are not going to have to worry about my commitment to that.
Okay, we took a lot of time here away from that hearing, but I appreciate your time today, sir. You may not get your one-on-one with Donald Trump, but you will get a one-on-one with Governor Gavin Newsom. So that's coming up in several weeks.
And people can go and keep.
Oh, God. Let's go. All right, Hannity.
All right, welcome.
Hannity talks to gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom. By the way, you might have noticed that I skipped the Brandon impeachment altogether. And you might be wondering, Hasan, why did you skip the Brandon impeachment altogether? It's because it's fucking dumb, okay? Like, until I see some goddamn conclusive evidence that ties Joseph Robinette Brandon to the Brandon crime family, okay, I'm not covering that shit. I want there to be good evidence. I want it to be juicy. And it would be fire if that existed. I'm excited for it, but we're moving into.
Welcome back to Hannity. We are live from the spin room. We are at the Reagan Library in beautiful Simi Valley, California. And, well, the governor of this great state, Gavin Newsom, is with us. How are you, Governor?
Good to be back with you, Sean.
All right, now that you went on your little media tour with all your liberal sycophants, you come back to reality, and you love doing my show better. You just told me off air. I love doing your show the most.
I mean,
they're fucking gross, dude. Like, they love each other so much, and it's like pissing me off how much gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom is like rizzing up Sean Hannity. They love each other. These guys are all such fucking assholes, man.
Unbelievable that you can publicly say something like that. That's amazing. By the way, favored nation status for me. The Reagan Library at a Republican debate. Where else would I want to be?
Wow.
This is it. This is home court.
Okay.
Home court.
So now I'm going to ask you. So, honest question. So you see the atmosphere, you feel the electricity, you feel the room.
Oh, I know where you're going.
You know where I'm going.
I know where you're going.
Yeah. Okay, and we
just finished a presidential debate.
Are you
going to promoting a presidential candidate
I want to
against
know,
the governor?
Because I know the truth. In your heart, in your mind, you want this. But you have basically gone on a media tour sucking up to Joe Biden, and you know he's a cognitive mess. You know it.
I also know he's got an extraordinary record to run on.
Really?
And I couldn't be more proud. By the way,
how's his record on the border?
Objectively, he was the winner tonight. No doubt.
Objectively?
Yeah, no. That's
Joe
not
Biden?
even, that's not spin. These guys identified problems, and Biden actually has not only identified solutions, he's gotten bipartisan deals to begin the process of implementing those.
Look into that camera right there, and you tell the people watching.
Yeah.
Do you think this border is secure? Because they keep telling us it's closed and secure. Do you believe the southern border is secure? Do you believe with all the fentanyl deaths and opioid deaths, is this border secure?
I believe Ronald Reagan was right in 1986 when he supported comprehensive immigration
Yeah, well, he
reform.
also said it was the worst decision he ever made.
Yeah, but I believe that he did the right thing for the right reasons because he recognized it's not just a border issue.
And
That the
said it
entire
was the worst decision.
The entire system needs to be reformed. We haven't reformed since '86.
You're not answering
We need
my
to
question.
reform the asylum system.
I want to know.
I believe in strong
you
borders.
just
You and
said
I know
Joe's
that.
successful.
I think Joe Biden has been an unbelievably
Is
successful
this border
president.
secure?
The border, we all agree we have a border challenge. We all agree that we need to reform the asylum system. We agree in strong borders.
So he's not
Democrats
successful
don't
in
oppose that.
securing the border.
I think the Republican Party is complicit in this as well. You cannot do things, I mean, it's just factual.
The
There's
border was
push-pull
secure under
factors.
Donald Trump.
Oh, that's wildly overstated, but I get your fundamental point. Clearly, the challenges are more acute today. And by the way, I don't need to be educated on this. I have the largest land port in the Western Hemisphere here in the state of California.
But you're a sanctuary state.
And it's
you
the
As always, America's economic troubles are not caused by those who are looking for better opportunity inside of our borders, but instead from corporate consolidation and greed. Okay? There's enough here for everybody. There is so much, especially here, for everybody, especially when you consider how large the United States of America is. The idea that it's immigrants that are fucking over the country is so stupid. It is so wrong. We are the wealthiest nation on earth. It is all a matter of how much we can take back from our bosses. That's it. That's it. And it's wild that they try to desperately hit the fucking immigrants are doing all this, immigrants are doing all that. I do feel as though the narrative is not as sticky as it once was. Or maybe I'm wrong. I mean, they pump it nonstop. They pump it nonstop. Like the idea that, immigrants are fucking invading the country or whatever. They do it nonstop on Fox News. I don't think it's that big of a... I don't think it's as pressing an issue, as important an issue as it once was. Like in the way that people are people actually receptive to it? Because the way we try to claim that immigrants are responsible for like American issues is often not through economy anymore. Like they're stealing our jobs or whatever. They're not saying that anymore. Now they're saying immigrants are bringing drugs in. And the reality is they're not bringing drugs in. They're Americans are bringing drugs in from regular points of entry, right? So that part of the story is so fucking fake and so entirely made up, and also like kind of removed from the reality that you have to put the puzzle pieces together on your own, and I don't think a lot of people are imaginative enough to like believe it. So I don't know. Every person I talk to over 50 thinks immigration is like the number one issue. Nah, I don't know. I feel like it was way worse. It was way worse in the lead up to Donald Trump. It was way worse during the Trump administration. I don't know if let's look at some polling. I might be a little out of touch on this one, I guess, but I feel like in comparison to how important of an issue it was, it's nowhere near the top right now. I think people it was way worse in the 2010s, and I feel as though it's Americans have like other issues to worry about. Like I think inflation and the economy is a far greater problem for Americans than immigrants coming in. Yeah, gun violence is a big problem for Americans. The economy is a big problem for Americans, and abortion is a big problem for Americans, like civil liberties. So I don't know if immigration cracks the top 3 when it used to be number 1. I think part of the reason why I think part of the reason why is because like Americans kind of like maybe when it was a much larger issue in the 90s, or it was seen as a much larger issue in the 90s was because like the jobs that immigrants were taking were seen as like high paying or like at least decent waged jobs. And now it's seen as like menial labor that nobody wants to do. So they're just like, no, it's great that we have a permanent underclass that we just kind of consistently use as like basically slave labor. You know what I mean? I feel like Americans are under the assumption that it's like, yeah, sure, it sucks, but also at the same time, like they're kind of the ones who are picking the you know, avocados and stuff, and I'm not gonna fucking do that. So I think no, we've always been seen as taking jobs whites don't want. Yeah, but you don't understand. They took our jobs was a very, very solid narrative within the Republican and the Democratic Party, even in like the reactionary circles. They took our jobs was the reason why they hated immigrants, because at the time manufacturing was important. It was a job that you could do. And they were like, oh, they're taking our factory jobs. They're taking our manufacturing jobs. They're taking our distribution facility jobs. They're taking our agriculture jobs. And I feel like nowadays, one, we don't really have a lot of factories. And the ones that we do, the jobs are usually shit. And so most people aren't saying that at all. And I think that that's part of the reason, and the other part of and that's also the other reason as to why Republicans are no longer doing like the immigrants are taking your jobs argument, but instead saying they're doing violent murders and they're doing drugs and they're selling drugs. You know what I mean? Just think about it. Republicans used to say immigrants are coming in and they're taking your fucking jobs. They're taking your jobs. They're stealing your jobs from you. That's why you are facing economic problems. Now they don't even say that. They just basically say immigrants are coming in to like rape you and kill you. They're violent, and also they're selling you drugs. Think about that. So I don't know. I feel like they're taking our jobs narrative is no longer as strong, and when that goes away, for one reason or the other, the way that it's perceived, like the problem and how it's perceived, also becomes less bad, I guess. Hannity literally just said that.
I have the largest land port in the Western Hemisphere here in the state of California.
But you're a sanctuary state.
And it's
you
the fifth
want
largest
illegal
economy in the
immigration.
world. We had 7.8% GDP growth in 2021. And we dominate on innovation and entrepreneurial
And who
spirit.
pays for housing, food, clothing, education, healthcare? Who pays for that?
Well, we had $177.7 billion operating surplus over 2 fiscal years. And I did.
God damn, I said it was 80. It's 177. Fuck me, dude. God, you are such a piece of shit. Why are you sitting in front of Sean Hannity instead of spending every fucking dollar on housing initiatives? I hate. Oh my God. That's so fucking annoying, dude. Over 2 years, yes, post-COVID. That's literally post-COVID gains, by the way. You want to know why? Because a lot of people, like myself, I'm literally one of the people here in the highest tax bracket, just made a lot of money during COVID and paid a lot of fucking taxes during COVID. Because contrary to popular opinion, it's actually more so middle-class people who do not have the capacity to afford living in fucking Los Angeles or living in California any longer that actually had to leave, okay? California is becoming like an area with the Gini coefficient of a fucking a third world country at this point. It's just like the omega wealthy and those who just like are so poor that they just cannot fucking leave the state even. Awful. It's It's an awful situation. And we're doing absolutely nothing to restructure it and doing nothing to help the people who are fucked. Yeah, you weren't off on the 80 billion number. 80 number was just 1 year. Yeah, well, the first year was 80 billion. 88 billion, technically. Actual third world country? No, the problem is like California has decent social safety nets too in comparison to other places. It's just that there's more people here and there's certain social safety nets that they do not offer at all when they should. Okay? Like, things that we could do, absolutely. Okay? Things that we could do. Better public education initiatives. We could do that. Restructure the way that we actually fund schools inside of the state. Better housing initiatives like socialized housing. Okay? Socialized medicine. This is something that was brought up in the California state legislature, as a matter of fact. So, like, these are all things that we could do. We have a lot of money. And we're deep fucking blue, baby. So what is this shit? That's the worst part about it, is that we vote for more taxes every fucking year, myself included, okay? I vote for more taxes every goddamn year, and then they take the money and they just like put it in a bank account. Where the fuck's the money going? Use the money, stupid. It's for a specific reason. Every ballot initiative that is in the direction of like more social safety nets and higher taxes to fund specific social safety nets always passes and is very popular, but then it never turns into like actual on the ground, like tangible results.
Just did an $18.5 billion tax rebate, the largest in a...
But for the record here, this is good stuff, and I was going to cover this as well. California Governor Gavin Newsom signed a landmark legislation that will raise the minimum wage for fast food workers to $20 and authorize a first-in-a-nation council that includes workers to set industry-wide standards for pay and working conditions. The new law will benefit roughly 500,000 fast food workers. The creation of a fast food industry labor council is especially historic news. This is a form of sectoral bargaining, a way for workers to build power that is common in Europe but not in the United States. Sectoral bargaining is when workers and unions negotiate with businesses to set pay and working condition standards across an entire industry instead of negotiating individual union contracts store by store or business by business. With sectoral bargaining, workers in largely non-unionized industries like fast food can establish collective say over their pay and work conditions by passing a single law. Without it, the workers could have had to win thousands of union elections to secure contracts. So this is why I always say California is both good and bad. The bad is really bad, but then the good is really good. You know what I mean? It's the type of shit where like Karen Bass sucks in many ways. Not exactly like a big time labor advocate, but she doesn't stand in the way of labor when, like, for example, the teachers are striking, right? So instead of being directly antagonistic, she assumes the position of a neutral party, which unfortunately, in comparison to other places, is better than other areas where they are directly antagonistic, right? But my expectation is not that she stand aside and let bargaining happen. Governor Newsom signed this bill into law last year, but it never took effect. In-N-Out, Chipotle, Starbucks, McDonald's, and KFC Taco Bell immediately spent millions to have the rules suspended by initiating a ballot measure to reverse them. But after pressure from labor, Democrats and the public, corporations fighting workers' rights agreed to a compromise. They said they canceled the ballot measure if Democrats pulled a bill making fast food chains liable for workplace violations committed by franchisees. It's a powerful, amazing day, said Tia Orr, executive director of the SEIU in California. This new bill really clears the path for workers to have their victory back. And of course, just like when companies take credit for government regulation and government intervention that forces their hand into like cleaning up toxic pollutants, for example. Okay. That's precisely what the neoliberal corporate Democrats do as well. They get bullied by outside forces, and then they try to stop it every step of the way. And once the bullying, once the bullying gets to a certain point, they're like, oh yeah, I did this. Isn't that wonderful? Oh. Would you enter the douching chamber with Gavin Newsom? Yes. Also, yes, unemployment for striking workers, unemployment insurance for striking workers bill, and the Social Housing Act are on Gavin Newsom's desk ready to be signed.
And I get to ask all of you to get closer. The authors of this bill, Tia, come on closer. We fight! We win! We win! We fight! We win! You guys all ready?
Providing temporary housing to the homeless yields stability and productivity. Homelessness is always destabilizing, often traumatizing. Fixing it is cheaper than ignoring it. Yes, it also means jobs. So that's what that means too. It means more social workers. In order to create more social workers, you need more educational initiatives. You need more technical training. You need more training in general. You need more jobs. Okay? You need more jobs on the education side. You need more jobs also on the social worker side. All of a sudden, you're creating. There is already a need. There is already a demand. It's basically a cycle that solves the problems that it specifically claims it will create. And the same principle goes for migrant workers as well, by the way. Okay? There is no finite amount of jobs available in a country. If that was the case, then governments, when they keep expanding and growing, when governments experience population growth, they would fucking die. Okay? Like, every government that has grown to a certain size would collapse under the sheer force of population growth. That is not how that works. The only thing that depresses wages with migrants coming into the country is when there is a two-tier justice system and a two-tier labor structure created for a permanent underclass. That's it. That is also by design. Having a permanent underclass ensures that capital owners make more money. Really fucked up. You should go to Maryland? What? Why? Why are a bunch of people saying you should go to Maryland? What the fuck am I going to do in Maryland, dog? Got him baited? What? They have a cool flag. I like it. I've been to Maryland. Anyway, so yeah, the good and the bad. California.
American history as we expanded universal health care and we're providing more services, including, by the way, health insurance, which Ron DeSantis apparently wasn't even aware of the question.
Okay, you saved that for the debate with Ron. Here's the next thing. So I come into your state.
Yes, sir.
First thing I love to do.
What?
Is bring money to your economy.
I appreciate it.
I go straight to In-N-Out Burger. That is one of the greatest things of your state.
Legit.
Including the weather, including the terrain is phenomenal.
You can keep going, but yes.
It's all phenomenal. However, then I'm passing gas station after gas station and gas station.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're right.
Excuse me.
Gouging us. Oil companies are screwing us.
$4 a gallon in every other state.
Yeah.
$7 I saw here. Why is your state nearly twice as much?
As of today, I monitor this very closely. I just did a special session. We became the first state in the country to do price gouging legislation with a new monitor just went into effect. These oil companies are ripping us off $2.
They're only ripping off California, though?
$2.06.
No, the real reason is because we democratically voted. I know this is a hard concept for this fucking Fred Flintstone cutout to comprehend, but we technically democratically voted to raise taxes on gas prices in the state so that we could, contribute to the $188 billion surplus, some of which would go to, green energy initiatives inside of the state. However, gas being that fucking high in comparison to the rest of the state is that reason, but gas prices being that fucking high is a consequence of corporate greed. It's greedflation. Okay? That's why gas is so high. Gas is high in other states as well. Of course, it's laughably low in comparison to like Europe, obviously. But that's the reason why. It's. If you're asking why it's higher in California in comparison to like the Midwest, that's part of the reason.
That's this mystery surcharge that they've been advancing for years and years.
But the average around the country's
California.
$4, and I saw anywhere between $6.50 and $7.
$2.06 higher. You're absolutely right.
So your state is much more than every other state.
Exactly, $2.
Why?
Not correct. Is lost refining capacity in California having its own gas formula? Wait, what?
Between $6.50 and $7.
$2.06 higher. You're absolutely right.
No, your state is much more than every other state.
Exactly, $2
Why?
higher because they're screwing us. There's no justification.
It's not regulation, taxation.
Yes, 85 cents. 85 cents, low carbon fuel standard.
How much does California get per gallon for gasoline tax?
Wait, I'm right. Yeah, it is. Yeah, he's just said that too. Why did this guy say
when you
this
add
video?
the gas tax, you add cap and trade, and you add the low carbon fuel standards, and then periodically add, and I'm being as transparent as I can be, and you add our unique blend, you get a differential around 85 cents. That you can justify.
Oh, Gavin. Just this morning, I saw you beat the shit out of Sean Hannity with facts. And then I just saw you lay a line of bullshit like we've never heard. Who else got a weird feeling when he said, I'm being...
Chatter, are you this guy? This was posted 17 minutes ago, man. Are you him? Are you this guy? Be honest. You have to explain it to me.
Completely transparent. I am being as transparent as I can. Yeah, all those numbers he just gave you are from 2019. Yeah, that's from 2019, dude, not 2023. There's no fucking mystery surcharge.
Wait, he's wrong. Wait, what? No, we voted again. What the fuck's he talking about? One of the taxes he mentioned is like literally one that we recently we voted on the last election.
Why would you say mystery surcharge? Because you don't know what it fucking is? Because it doesn't fucking exist. That's why you call it a mystery surcharge. There is no surcharge. So he says 85 cents for, the fuel taxes, for cap and trade, and the regulations, and periodically for the unique blend, which is a total crock of shit, and he knows it. That was in 2019, before California had lost 300,000 barrels a day of refining capacity, all their unique blend. That's right. They lost the Marathon refinery in Martinez, and they lost the Phillips 66 refinery. Yes. And when you have your own unique blend, and you can't use anyone else's gas, and then you lose 300,000 barrels a day of refining capacity just for one state, your gas prices go way the fuck up. That's why I made a video last week about how they could just use regular gas to offset the gas they've lost and bring down gas prices, because cars today are 99% cleaner than they were when all these fucking regulations were passed. But instead of saying, We've lost 300,000 barrels a day of refining capacity in our state, and we refuse to use any other gas, and that leads to supply constraints within our state, which makes gas prices skyrocket. Instead of saying any of that, he said the oil companies are charging us a mystery surcharge. And we're passing price gouging legislation. Gavin Newsom, if the oil companies were working together to hand your state a mystery surcharge, that would be price fixing, not price gouging. And price fixing, as you know,
He's not about to say price fixing, as you know, is illegal, especially when it comes to gas, dude. That's crazy. First of all, price fixing is basically legal when it comes to gas. It's OPEC. Like, what the fuck? What is OPEC then? Like, you have no control over OPEC because it's a sovereign nation. It's a bunch of sovereign nations that do it. And if they set the market rate by limiting supply, well, then you do have something you can do, which is get American oil refineries to up their productive capacity, which they won't, as Joseph Robinette Biden tried to do and failed to do, because they very openly stated, no, the fuck you don't have a say on this. Our only interest is not on American citizens, but instead on ensuring that our shareholder value keeps going up. So I don't know why he's saying that, like, price fixing is illegal. I've been looking at NA production chart. There was a big jump right before COVID and a small dip during, having gone up on pace since then. I wonder why.
as you know, is already illegal. Yeah. So you're going to pass some price.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. It's pretty funny when he says, like, you know, price fixing is illegal when it comes to gas. It's like, that's ridiculous, man. Wait, what is this? What?
This gouging bill, which is completely a waste of our fucking time. Gavin Newsom could have scored a lot of points today with a lot of people, but I got to tell you, there's a lot of people in this country that are going to smell bullshit on that right there. Because when Sean Hannity says, oh, they're just doing it to Californians?
They probably closed refiners during COVID because the demand dropped. They never reopened them because they found that they would make the same money with less production, but just by raising the price. Yes. Who was the chatter who sent this to me? Please, I need to know. Like, because that chatter utilized their $5 a month subscription not only to avoid the top of the hour ad break, but to send me the best thing I've seen so far. Thank you. Which, by the way, at least that chatter will still maintain its privileges by OPEC doesn't explain why one state pays a different amount of gas to another. I did. HasanAbi, ask yourself why CA doesn't use the same gas as the rest of the country. Even if the refineries were closed down, saying that this is saying that the refineries closed down during COVID and then never reopened is not the answer for, what do you call it? It's not Gavin Newsom's fault in that situation. You are him, aren't you? Are you him? Be honest. This guy's an expert in oil and gas. Also, we're talking about historically high gas prices for every part of the country. We're talking about historically high gas prices for every nation on the planet. So that's why I think it's like ridiculous. If the oil and gas companies chose to close the refineries here and not reopen it. And that is because it is more profitable for them to continue taking advantage of the scarcity. Again, not him. We weren't talking about high gas prices for the country. The issue was higher gas prices in California than the rest of the U.S. I already told you. The major part of the reason is the taxes, things that Governor Gavin Newsom mentioned. If there are any additional reasons as to why gas is higher, okay, and you consider it because you're saying that this guy is, what this guy's claiming is true, which is California refineries closing and not opening again, that is still the exact same thing happening internally inside of Californian borders that has happened in the United States of America across the board. I've seen this guy stuff before. He's knowledgeable about the oil and gas industry. It's not a random weirdo. No, I don't think it's a random weirdo.
Newsom wants you to believe that oil companies are only punishing Californians with some mystery surcharge? And people wonder why I can't stand politicians. Like, even if I start to like one, I know they're going to piss me off within the next hour or two. And so, fuck it. Fuck it. You want us to believe that I'm paying $3.29 in Oklahoma and your people are paying $6.50 to $7 just because the oil companies want to fuck you over. Just because they want to fuck you over. And you know he's full of shit because later on in the video he was talking about quads. Yeah.
Wait, no, I do believe that, yes. Wait, what? Yeah. Yeah, it's about what you can get away with. What do you mean? Gas prices in the country have nothing to do with like how cheap it is to produce it. I mean, that certainly factors into it. But yeah, the major component there, the major consideration there is, can you get away with justifying the price points that you're justifying? And yes, Oklahoma, ain't nobody's gonna fucking pay $6 for gas. Everything has to be much cheaper in general. Than in California. And one part of that is by not continuing to continuing your refinery output at COVID levels and not increasing it, because you know that in a place like California they can pay for it. I don't know. California will bear a higher price than bumfuck Oklahoma. I mean, yeah. When has California gas prices not been higher than fucking Oklahoma? Pre-fracking, even, I would say. Pre-Oklahoma's fracking boon. Who's the TikToker blaming for the high gas prices? He's saying that California's personal blend. He's saying that California's personal blend restrictions is the reason as to why gas prices are much higher here, and they refuse to get gas from other places in the country. And he even is saying that it was fine at a certain point when you needed like regulation, like when you wanted to make cleaner vehicles, right? But in the post cafe restrictions world, where cars are and car manufacturers are already making like are following that regulation at the federal level, that there's no need for a special California blend, and you can just basically purchase gas at a cheaper rate from other states. My argument, I guess, is that outside of the unique blend argument, even if previous refineries in California were, if the refineries in California did not shut down during COVID and then not reopen, or rather if they reopened during COVID or post-COVID and kept manufacturing up, specifically inside of California, and readjusted to pre-COVID levels, then they would most likely have regulated gas prices. When Hasan doesn't know, he stutters a bit. Yeah, I stutter a lot. I have ADHD and English is my second language. Not only incorrect, but very weirdly parasocial.
Yeah, he was talking about energy independence and quads, so he has some knowledge. And if Sean Hannity had spent even 5 minutes preparing for that conversation, he would have known and said, well, what about the 300,000 barrels a day of fuel you lost when the refineries closed under Donald Trump? You see, one thing the Democrats have figured out is there's nothing they can say to move people off Donald Trump. The Trump supporters are going to support Trump no matter what. But they can damn sure piss people off by blaming shit Donald Trump did on big oil. Yes, that works better. That packs a better punch. Yeah. $66 for
Analysis: surging U.S. crude oil exports disrupt European and Asian prices. Sean, shut the fuck up. I hate you. I fucking... Shut the fuck. Shut up, fuck. I fucking hate you. Fucking fuck. Penis. So the thing I don't understand about this is like is that there is a assumption that like his position is that California's regulations are unnecessary and that companies are good, or rather they're just simply reacting to regulation in the way that you expect them to. And that is, of course, something that I'm fundamentally at odds with. He might be like a very knowledgeable person, but the one aspect of what he's saying and that I disagree with is that he's pro-oil company and I'm not pro-oil company. I'm anti-oil and gas company. I'm anti-company in most circumstances. Does that make sense? So any number of, he comes across as not knowledgeable, but any number of restrictions and regulations that California puts forward being used against California is silly. Especially when he also personally mentioned that these refineries were already in action and they're not anymore. I don't agree with that characterization. He's saying that cars have now changed so that California's origin need for a unique blend has largely gone away. Is California the only place that has unique blends? Is the question I have. Like, are no other states actually utilize unique blends? I know every Republican up for a candidacy, but not the Democrats. Does it matter? Only Joe Biden? Yes. Only Joe Brandon. I doubt. Like, why is the gas prices higher in Seattle? Also, why does Seattle and Washington also hit the same yellow area? California uses reformulated gasoline, which requires additional refining. Other states do not use it. My point is, even internally inside of California, we have enough refineries, both operational and non-operational, to be able to stabilize gas prices. Okay? If for some reason the companies that own said refineries are not currently operating those refineries, they're doing basically more of what they're doing at the national level, specifically inside of California. Okay? Because they can get away with it, because people will pay for it. Does that make sense? Like, that's what it feels like to me, at least. And I might be totally off base on this, but I know that is the case, or was the case, especially, last year around this time. That paired up with additional taxes makes it so that California is represented as bright red on this fucking map. This does not mean that California doesn't have enough refineries. This does not mean that California cannot do additional output. It simply means that on the math equation that California oil and gas industry companies take into account, they realize that California can make do with higher gas prices, and they don't care, because more supply would yield lower profits. If the unique blend was always a consistent problem, then California would always consistently have the same issue. And yet it seems like the gas prices are higher in general in California now in comparison to the rest of the country than they were before COVID. Does that make sense? So I do understand why gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom would implement a price gouging initiative to specifically target oil and gas companies operating inside of California to forcibly increase their supply to normalize prices. Didn't you just say, when has California gas not been higher than Oklahoma? I did. I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. Gas is always higher in California than Oklahoma. However, now it's extra high in comparison to the normal amount of higher in California than Oklahoma. Does that make sense? It's not going to be, it's always going to be higher because, let's be real, there is no price regulation on this sort of thing. It's more so about how much you can get away with having the people pay for it. Did that guy admit that this was a TikTok? No, I think that's like an actual oil and gas guy. Oil exports out of the U.S. keep going up, even as gas prices keep going up. Well, that's partially because we have no control over it, right?
In California have increased by a record 84 cents per gallon in just over 1 week. That's a $2.50.
Dude, I love Twitter. Dude, Elon Musk made the greatest video site of all time.
In California have increased by a record 84 cents per gallon in just over 1 week. That's a $2.50 difference compared to U.S. prices. It just
Now the audio is gone. That's why today I'm calling for a windfall tax. Those profits directly go back to help millions of Californians to make early transition to our winter. Starting next week, millions of Californians will receive up to $1,000 in tax refunds.
35.
Why is the California the only state with gas prices this high? If oil companies were the greedy ones, why is California the only state with above $7 gas prices? That was a year ago, chat. Isn't there that one station in the middle of nowhere charging 12 plus? No, there's one that's like very famous on Fairfax, I think, or La Cienega that everybody always points to. That's even higher than everywhere else. But I mean, it's higher. It is higher on average in California. I mean, this map is accurate for sure. It's above 512 in California in comparison to other states almost consistently. California average is 6, the national average is 4. It's not insane. I mean, California has its own refineries, so, you know, it should be cheaper. We pump a shit ton of gas in the state. You just don't see it because they're hidden underneath buildings and stuff. Anyway, all right. I can't believe we just went on this massive tangent. Holy shit.
Higher because they're screwing us. There's no justification.
It's not regulation, taxation?
Yes, 85 cents. 85 cents, low carbon fuel standard.
How much does California
cap and
get per gallon for gasoline tax?
When you add the gas tax, you add cap and trade, and you add the low carbon fuel standards, and then periodically add, and I'm being as transparent as I can be, and you add our unique blend, you get a differential around 85 cents. That you can justify, not $2.06. That's where the
so you're
oil
admitting
companies
you should
are
be
screwing.
$1 more
And
a gallon.
If you want to trust the oil companies, I can assure you, these guys don't have your back or the American
Let me
public.
tell you something. When Donald Trump was president, gasoline prices nationwide never averaged $3 a gallon. Never once averaged
We didn't
more
have
than $3
Saudi
a
pulling
gallon.
back another million barrels. We didn't have OPEC Plus screwing us. We didn't have a war in Ukraine. We didn't have. We weren't going through. No, we weren't also going through this COVID supply chain reality.
It's not even just OPEC Plus, though. Like, dude, the major reason as to why gas prices, which still are comparatively very low in comparison to, like, you know, Canada or European countries, the only reason why fucking gas prices are high in America right now in comparison to under Trump is because we are at the whims of the fucking oil and gas industry, which we give 75% of our subsidies to. Okay? 75% of our energy subsidies to. That's it. We can't do anything. We can't manipulate them. We can't ask them to, like, get their shit in order. We can't tell them to produce more oil. We can't tell them to stop exporting. Like, we can't do it. There's no control over it because we are at the whims of private enterprise. If you want to solve it, nationalize it, is what I say. I have been a firm believer and a big-time advocate of nationalizing our extraction industries across the board. Literally all matter of extraction industries, from forests to minerals, resources, and even oil and gas. So I think that is the first step in the positive direction. It'll never happen, but I think we should do it. And then use those profits for a just transition to renewable energy. Why has Congress hasn't done it? What do you mean? You think, dude, even the sheer suggestion of this would cause you to probably get fucking executed. There'd be like a business plot if you were like a legitimate congressperson who said this out loud. It's the most powerful industry in the country. One of the most powerful industries in the country. We do it to other places when they try to do it, you know? Think about that. We invade countries or do coups in countries when they do that, or continue doing that for a very long time. I mean, we just talked about, after 9/11, we literally just talked about Iraq. Okay? Iraq had a domestic oil production that was nationalized for a very long time. And for that reason, for the crime of having that, Dick Cheney and many others were routinely trying to do war in Iraq, trying to invade Iraq. 9/11 just simply was their perfect opportunity to do so. Just like the top of the hour was the perfect opportunity to run a 3-minute ad break, and I forgot to run it, so I'm running it now in the middle of the hour.
Can oil companies...
Yeah, we covered this already. Who controls the oil prices by Climate Town? We watched this before.
So there was a lot of competing factors that led to some of this.
But
By the way,
but he
Sean,
also
can we
adopted.
level
Wait a minute. He made the country energy independent for
By the way,
first
we're
time
more
in
energy
75 years.
We are more energy dependent today. Look that up. It's a fact. And if you no, it's just factually untrue.
Joe Biden is unilaterally disarmed.
I encourage the people watching. Look this up. 5.94 quads. Google 9.5.
Look at all the restrictions Joe Biden
quads.
has put
We are
on
more
oil
energy
and gas companies.
independent today under Biden. Pence doesn't know that. Your audience doesn't know that. More domestic oil production than any time in history. We're on pace this year. That's a fact. Right. You guys keep making that up.
No, we don't make it up.
You're making it up.
We're energy independent, and now we're not.
We are energy independent.
No, we're not.
Energy exporters.
We are not.
Sean.
We're energy independent. No, we're not. Well, I guess, fucking owned, Gavin. The fuck you're going to do about it? You know what I mean? They're literally children, dude. Not that it matters. You want to know why we're not energy independent? Okay. Because we're on the whims of the corporate oligopolists. That's it. So technically, no, we're not fucking energy independent because they can do whatever the fuck they want. Okay. And we have no legal recourse. So we've never been energy independent and we will never be energy independent until we nationalize the oil industry. Okay. This is such a stupid fucking argument. Technically, Gavin Newsom is correct if we're thinking about it as though, national oil and gas industry actually has the interests of the American population at heart. But that's not the case. So they're both right in different directions.
This is going to be so much fun when this gets PolitiFact tomorrow.
Anwar.
Gavin is more right, though.
Go there. Look at all the other restrictions.
5.94 quads. That's the margin. It's the highest margin of net energy export in America's history under the Biden administration.
Right. I did have a little fun, and for once you actually got back to me.
By the way, I can't wait for PolitiFact tomorrow. There's going to be some fun.
PolitiFact. Why don't you go to the great?
I want you to
Why don't you go to the Washington Post fact checker? Who needs to be fact checked?
4 Pinocchios then coming your way.
You get 4 Pinocchios your way. All right. So I come into your state, Yes. I love In-N-Out Burger. High price of gasoline, of course, not your fault. Although you admit 85 cents of it is. Here's the other thing. So I have a guy driving me.
Although you hear 85 cents of it is taxes, it's like, what's he supposed to do? Fucking, like, behave like an authoritarian despot and be like, I know the people democratically voted to raise taxes on oil and gas, or on gas in the state, but fuck that, YOLO, we're just gonna not implement it? Like, what do you mean? Sucks to suck, dude. The voters wanted it. I wanted it. Fuck you.
Loves California, hates your taxes. Yeah. Okay. And this is what we see. He points out to me a bridge being built.
Yes, sir.
For the people at home, imagine this. They're building the bridge for mountain lions. It cost $100 million, some of it private money, some of it government money.
A lot of private money.
Some of it government money.
Yes.
So you're building bridges for mountain lions and rattlesnakes.
Among other things, it's a wildlife crossing.
A wildlife crossing.
We've seen so many accidents. We want to.
Wait, what? Wait, why is that a bad thing? I don't understand. What? Like, yeah. Wow, it's real fucked up, man. I can't believe we're not allowing the delicate ecosystem to be further disrupted by human intervention. It's really fucked up.
Protect people's health and safety, impacting the economy and insurance and traffic in the region because of wildlife crossings. And we want to address a vision for this state as it relates to setting aside 30% of our land to be protected for future generations. Vast majority of that comes from the Wallenberg Foundation.
By the way, this is like, see, you said both Alberta and BC have wildlife crossings that work extremely well. How the fuck is it an issue? Because we're American, okay? And he's on Fox News. Of course they're going to fucking say that, because what do I always say, chat? Republicans hate good things and they love bad things, okay? So when you're doing a good thing, that means that's wrong and you should stop doing the good thing. If you're doing a bad thing, then fuck yes, I'm on board. Please do more of the bad thing. I know it sounds so stupid and so silly, but like it literally is how this works, okay? Oh, are you doing like, wildlife preservation initiatives? Well, guess what? You fucking idiot. I'm going to drive over a mountain lion on my way to the fucking worst airport on the planet, Los Angeles, okay, LAX. I'm going to do that. I'm going to kill a mountain lion with my bare hands. Fuck you, okay? Fuck you for trying to preserve the delicate ecosystem. You fucking piece of shit. Fuck you. I hate you.
Private sector, and it's inspired a generation of kids, and we want to inspire other like-minded wildlife crossings across the country.
So you got this debate with Governor Ron DeSantis.
Yes.
Are you excited about it?
More so tonight. He lied.
Like he just chirped at him for. Oh God, I hate this. I hate this country so much, dude. He just chirped at him for like a wildlife preservation initiative that's like majorly apparently funded by private benefactors anyway. What the fuck is the problem? Like, what is wrong with you? Why are you like this? Why? It's so fucking insane, dude.
About fracking. Nikki Haley laid him out. He lied about fracking. He lied to the American people tonight. He did an executive order.
Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Their argument would be that if the government did the extraction, it would cost more because the government is always bad at doing things and wasteful. How do you combat that? No, that's not true. What? What the fuck? That is the number one bullshit American copium. That's what they would argue? Yeah, well, they're wrong. I know that they could argue that, but it doesn't matter because it's just demonstrably wrong in every sector, as a matter of fact. In every sector. Oh. The idea that like, oh, the government initiatives are costly and it's fucking bad and like private sector is significantly better is so entirely wrong. Efficiency and elimination of redundancy can exist in the federal government and state government and government initiatives as well. So but that would be the conservative argument. Only competition drives price down. Okay. That's a really funny take, because the entire reason, like one of the major reasons, at least right now, that I'm saying you should nationalize it is quite literally because the private sector, due to corporate consolidation and a lack of any restrictions whatsoever, only takes money from the federal government and state governments, okay? Takes subsidies, takes tax breaks, and refuses to increase output or no longer export as much oil so that they can give some of it back to the American citizens. So it doesn't matter how they see it, because they're wrong. There is no real competition in this sector at all. And not only is there no real competition, but also on top of that, the saddest part about it is that, like, they're doing it with our tax dollars. You know what I mean? A lot of this stuff would not be seen as profitable industries if it wasn't for the metric ton of subsidies that they receive, whether it be something like agricultural production or even in the oil and gas industry. That's why it's very, very frustrating when you talk about fucking oil and gas in general. It's like so entirely handheld by the federal government. And if that is going to be the case, then the least we could do is at least see some of those returns, right? Returns in the form of even cheaper gas, for example. But we don't. We don't even get that, because the American government does not exist like normal governments are supposed to exist in theory. It exists as a military apparatus, a militant state, to extract tax dollars from the American population, only to then feed that money back into corporations in the form of subsidies, offer them tax breaks so they can then depress wages and sell you back the same products that you need to consume that you're creating at a higher price point due to corporate consolidation. And then at the end of that process, at the end of that cycle, they turn around and refuse to pay taxes on any of that shit. All it's doing is extracting dollars from the American citizens and padding up the pockets of the top 10% of wealth in this country that own 90% of the stock market. But especially so in the oil and gas industry. You guys, a whole system, that's why they don't get it. Just see they can't be, because under my current understanding of how the world works, it wouldn't work.
By the way, there's only going to be two of you,
but Sean,
you guys, you don't like him. I know.
No, I just don't like. Well, I don't like people that demonize other people or go after vulnerable.
Yeah, the counter argument is simply gesturing to everything around you and saying, "Wow, it seems like the private sector is working out so well right now because America is a consequence of everything that you experience in the United States of America." All of the issues that you experience is a direct consequence of private sector nonsense.
Communities, but I also don't like liars. Nikki Haley laid him out tonight. He signed a 2019 executive order. I'm a governor. I know what an executive order is. Why would you sign an executive order saying you will not do offshore oil rigs in your backyard, and then blame Biden for not doing more across the country?
I have an exit
hypocrisy is remarkable, and Haley laid him out.
Save that for the debate. Here's my exit question.
What happened tonight?
Under any circumstances at all, yes or no, will you ever accept the Democratic nomination to run for president in 2024? Under any circumstances at all? That's a yes or no?
I'm looking forward. I was just in Chicago with the DNC.
I don't need the long answer. I want the yes or no answer.
To President Biden's inauguration.
Will you accept it under any circumstances?
Of course not. It's a hypothetical.
Yes or no?
No.
No, under any circumstances.
It's ridiculous. Joe Biden's our president.
You called me ridiculous.
Joe Biden is
I'm
going to
make
win
you
this
pay for my
re-election.
In-N-Out.
He loves him so much. He wants to kiss him, dude. He fucking loves his ass, brother. That's crazy. They're kind of gay for one another, which is almost like humanizing Sean Hannity. I hate that. I kind of hate how gay they got there. I just like, oh God, it's like for a brief moment I saw the humanity in both of them, and I don't like that at all. It's a one-way relationship? Fuck no. Okay, Gavin Newsom is the type of motherfucker who can't stop. He doesn't turn it off. He will literally, you could be like a 98-year-old retiree, okay? You could be like the granddaughter, or I mean, the grandfather to like 11 children. And Gavin Newsom, you talk to him, he's going to try to fuck you, okay? He doesn't actually have to fuck you, but he can't turn it off. He will talk to you like he's going to fuck the shit out of you, okay? He's going to break your he's going to bust it down. Yeah, bust it down sexual style. All right. Trump skipped the second Republican presidential debate, addresses auto
President Trump was in the swing state of Michigan yesterday for a speech in front of auto workers. He talked about the UAW strike while appearing at a non-union facility.
Joe Biden, the Democrat Party, and their political cronies ceased to serve your interests a long time ago. They don't care about you. He puts America last. He puts our workers last. You put us first. He puts the UAW last. I put America first every single time.
Robert Costa's in Detroit with more on the story. Bob, good morning to you.
Good morning, Gail. Good to be with you. For former President Trump, it was as if the debate didn't even exist. Speaking at, as you say, a non-union facility, he said that President Biden and a possible rematch next year will be a battle over the support of working voters. And when you look at it, Trump's speech really was a microcosm of the Republican presidential race. While Trump remains the front runner, many of his allies tell me he can't take anything for granted at this stage, so he keeps working his base, coming to places like this in Michigan. He's ignoring the debate, and that's part of his strategy. He believes, and his advisors believe, if he doesn't pay these contenders attention, he hopes.
Yeah, union members for Trump signs are really funny because there was a journalist on the ground who like approached some of the people that were holding up those signs, and neither were they union members. They were not a part of the UAW, and many were not even auto workers. So just remember that when you see stuff, like when you see the campaign print out those fucking signs and hands it to someone to hold up, that doesn't mean that they're actually fucking that person, okay? I wish I could have seen a photo of the crowd, because the reality is if there were actually UAW auto workers that are participating in a political event, in most circumstances, they'll have pins, they'll have shirts, like they will have the garb specifically showing that they are a part of the union membership. Now, of course, he can't do that, or UAW workers, like the rank and filers, probably would not have shown that anyway in this situation, because like they're not supposed to be there, most likely. More Perfect Union sent people there. Oh, hell yeah.
Here
Oh, I
covering the
love this
striking
guy.
auto workers. Donald Trump is here, allegedly, to hold an event to talk to auto workers. But it's suspiciously far away, and we've been talking to a lot of auto workers, none of whom have heard about this, or were invited to it, or know anything about it. Look at that. Like, where are the picket line signs? All I see is Trump merch. Hey guys, is this a picket line? We're here to cover the auto workers.
These are the only UAW people up here.
Okay, nice. Are there any auto workers, or?
A couple sprinkled that way.
Do you know where the auto workers are?
I haven't seen anybody from the UAW.
Nobody.
It's like the white guy with a Blacks for Trump sign. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, dude.
From the UAW? USA! USA! We're looking for the auto workers. Have y'all seen any? Are they like in yet, or are they? No idea. There's supposed to be like 500 of them coming, right?
No idea. I just heard Trump was going to be here. And Trump goes, we go.
Are they in the building already? Supposed to be. Supposed to be in the building.
Yeah, remember, always. Bro, I thought I was told Dems were the ones saying paying actors. Are you saying I was lied to? Anytime Republicans yell about some shit is projection. They say George Soros is like is doing some fuck shit, okay? Dark money funding, when you look at George Soros versus like literally the Republican shadow donors, it's nothing. George Soros is a fucking broke boy. It's all projection always. When they say like Democrats are doing paid protesters, Republicans are significantly better at astroturfing events, okay? They're better at organizing. They're better at pushing astroturfed events. Why? Or they're better at organizing, seemingly, because they're better at doing astroturfed events. When the liberals supposedly organize, a lot of that is completely just real, on the ground, people getting fucking fed up with some shit. And that is never going to be as good and as like that's actual grassroots. And actual grassroots is very powerful, but actual grassroots is also hard to put together. One of the greatest examples of Republican projection is the pedicon theory, the theory that Republicans are pedophiles who constantly act like they are pedophile hunters, but instead they're pedophiles themselves and probably just want to get the attention away from themselves. So, fun stuff overall.
Okay, now do you know when they're like letting people in and all that? Need tickets. You haven't found any auto workers yet, but we're hot on the trail. Hey, howdy folks. We're looking for the auto workers and trying to get like a run of show because we just came from like pickets and stuff.
I don't know who the auto workers are.
I see suits back there. Anybody in a suit now?
Oh, I have no idea.
Are you an auto worker?
No.
You're not? Do you support them?
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh, it's the Pawn Stars guy! Oh! Hey, I'll pay you $10 to fuck right off, okay? It's too... This is the Pawn Stars!
Wait, Pawn Stars guy. Why are you here today? Is it for the auto workers?
I was invited.
Oh, wait, do you have to be invited to get in? Because we're media trying to support the auto workers. So far, we do have B-list celebrities on the History Channel. We do have employees of a non-union...
Hey, you better fucking chill with that, okay? That's Pawn Stars Rick, baby. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Hey, you want that camera? I'll give you $10 for that camera. You can fuck right off, dude. He's about to do his magic, dude. You're lucky he didn't fucking buy your camera off of you to pawn it, okay? It's like, man, this camera right here, it's in working condition, but it's very obvious that you've used a lot of it, a lot of wear and tear. Can't keep this on the shelf for far too long. It's gonna take up a lot of shelf space. I'll give you $10. Okay? $10, best deal I can give you. Oh man. So sick. Best I can do is 10. I can only give you fake union members for $10. Dude, I love him. God, that was such a fun time when we used to react to Pawn Stars. Shit.
Union business that's not on strike, but we cannot find any auto workers. And I don't know what the deal is, because that's what this was billed as and covered in media as. But I'm finding a remarkably different story here, honestly.
The big three called in Rick to negotiate with the UAW for them. Oh no, it's over. Sean Fain cannot withstand the negotiating power of Rick Pawn Star. That's just... Yeah, Rick Pawn Star. That's his name. Why? What's his name? Is his last name not Pawn Star?
His voters will ignore them too. While Trump is framing his 2024 message as a revival of his 2016 message, taking on China and Democrats, these races are far different. And Trump is running not as a businessman outsider with a record, but he's running as someone who's a former president with a record. And this race really comes down to right now a possible rematch next year between two insiders, two former presidents of the United States, making a real play for the support of people who feel like outsiders.
What?
To New Jersey now.
Menendez meet with Senate Democrats after pleading not guilty to bribery charges. This is fucking sick. This happened today, I'm pretty sure. I don't know what the outcome of that was, but, you know, who knows? Philadelphia sees second night of looting.
In Philadelphia, there's been a second straight night of looting. Stores throughout the city were ransacked last night. Dozens of suspects have...
Dude, what the fuck's going on in Philly, though, actually? Like, what's happening in Philly?
...been arrested in these robberies. Well, Keisha Bailey from our CBS station...
Oh, I have an update on the Bob Menendez thing, actually. We've covered it so much. It's, like, kind of stupid to keep talking about it, but... The Bob Menendez thing, I saw, what's his face? Jeff Klein? Or is it Jeff Stein? I always fuck his name up. Jeff Stein, sorry. Apparently, on the Bob Menendez issue, ladies and gentlemen, if you were wondering what Senator Joe Manchin has to say about Bob Menendez, well, let me tell you exactly what happened. Senator Joe Manchin, who has not called on Menendez to resign, offered a slightly more upbeat look. Manchin told reporters that Menendez made his point and he delivered it very well. Yes! Oh, God, it's awesome. It's so sick. Because of course he did. Of course he said that. That's great. All the worst all the worst villains getting together to be like, listen, we love you, man. You're great.
In Philadelphia has more on the story. Well, Keisha, these stories and these video is so upsetting. Good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning, Gail. It's really heartbreaking. Nat's Beauty Supply Store here in Philadelphia is just one of dozens of businesses that's been left in shambles after last night's looting. Now, I did speak with the owner, and she tells me that her business has only been opened for 6 months.
I can't tell, like, charges dismissed against former Philly cop who killed Eddie Irizarry during traffic stop. So these things have been happening for 2 nights now. I can't tell if it's like people are legitimately protesting and then like it turns into fucking looting and shit, or like I can't tell if it's like people taking advantage of the protests, or they're just like straight up, you know, targeting stores and stuff. I think people really underestimate how much more people have gotten much poorer since 2019. We're gonna see more of this shit. Because, like, I don't really understand. I don't really understand. Like, I don't know if, like, the media is collectively claiming that, like, this is, like, organized crime. Like, they just completely skipped the fucking protest aspect of this. Like, absolutely zero of the local coverage around this issue has been about the Philly cop who got off after killing Eddie Irizarry. And I can't tell if it's just like, you know, it's happening at the same time. I can't tell if it's like people are just like straight up looting stores. I genuinely don't know.
Overnight surveillance video captures the moment a group breaks into this business. In less than 1 minute, they swipe merchandise off the walls and shelves, leaving Nat's Beauty Supply in ruins.
How am I supposed to fix this? What's next? Because I don't know.
Elsewhere in Philadelphia, smashed windows, broken bottles, and shelves wiped clean of merchandise is what remains of this liquor store. Thieves grew even bolder on Wednesday, ripping out what was one.
God damn. Okay, that's kind of cool. I mean, actually, like the other two things were fucked up, but like that's kind of sick. Like, come on. Yo, they yoinked a fucking drive-through ATM, dog. That's crazy. And it's federally insured, you know what I mean? So dude, Philadelphia is, wow. Philadelphia is just a different planet, dude. What the fuck? They're pelting Santa with batteries. They're fucking stealing ATMs. Like how? What?
Once an ATM at this Wells Fargo bank. The looting rampage began Tuesday night when throngs of mostly young people forced their way into the stores, filling up trash bags with merchandise.
Courts need to make sure these people pay a price for what they did.
So far, police have made 52 arrests. These grab and run.
The cops. The cop trying to fucking grab onto anybody, but he's too out of shape.
Crimes have become a familiar scene in many stores across the country. Nationwide, retailers lost 112.
Yeah, so like this actually is insane, but this part of it is just propaganda, as we covered extensively yesterday. Shrink is not just theft, okay? So they're fucking wrong about this number. This number comes from, what is it, the National Retailers Association, which is a association that has passion for national retailers, okay? The National Retailer Federation, the National Retailer Federation is an association organized to improve the retailer experience. They're passionate in keeping retail alive, okay? And they want to keep retail thriving. So $112 billion due to theft is a lie. It's not true. It's 37% of that is actually through external theft. 26% of that is through internal theft, like employees stealing shit, which is cool as fuck, by the way, and totally valid and justifiable. And then the rest of it is just like damages, like issues in transit, things of that nature. However, if you were to look at this and go, oh my God, $112 billion, like that's a lot of fucking loss. That part is also, not the entire picture. As far as retail theft goes, it increases when retail increases. Obviously, when more people are doing retail, there's more retail theft across the board, and that number has only increased consistently year over year in expected levels. So all of that is perfectly accounted for. The NRF study said that that shrink is up the line percentage-wise over the last several decades. Yeah, it's in line, exactly. So anytime the media actually fucking says that retail theft is like going nutty with it, they're lying to you. I just want to point that out. I want you to understand that is not a real fucking valid issue. It's not a valid concern. Of course, it exists. It always exists. Just because you fucking figured it out just now or just found out about it doesn't change that reality. It's just people are way more hyper aware of it, and they're cutting propaganda around it. Okay. What is this? Organized retail theft bill, an extreme approach to an imaginary problem. An organized retail theft reported to the Chicago police by quarter in comparison to 2003 all the way to 2021. It's up. It went down dramatically during COVID. It went back up, but nowhere near where it was before COVID. It's all it's not a real thing. It's just like sometimes I feel like trying to explain to you what is like factually correct by using empirical evidence feels like an impossible thing to do, because the visceral reaction that is supposed to be drawn out of you when you see a bunch of teenagers, especially oftentimes is racialized too, is a bunch of black teenagers running into an Apple store and like stealing a bunch of fucking phones, is going to be infinitely better in terms of propaganda that corresponds to the implicit biases that already are built into your brain, than me being like, well, actually, that's not true. Like these numbers are false and they're lying to you. They're trying to fucking massage a narrative here. And it sucks. So that's it. There's nothing I can do about it. It's just like I'm 100% correct. And anyone that says that this is like a genuine problem, a real one, it's really fucked up, is 100% incorrect. And it literally doesn't matter. People can just still turn around and either, one, avoid what I'm saying, like the top of the hour ad break is here, and you should never do retail theft for that. Okay? You should never do retail theft for the top of the hour ad break. You should avoid it with legal memes. Mr. Yaper is the biggest BLM cocksucker. I can't tell if this guy's like too stupid to be racist, like, or what is he trying to say? Am I Mr. Yaper? Like Yapper? Anyway, avoid the top of the hour ad break by subscribing for $5 or for free, chat. Here's the German ad break now. He's calling you a yapper that sucks BLM's cock. That's awesome. Wait, did I ban that guy? Fuck, I should unban him. Everyone on TikTok and Twitter is being pumped full of propaganda videos only showing black people doing this for some dumb reason. These are all the people who need to make up their minds. Anecdotes and personal experience over data are too powerful. Yeah, you can't really do anything about it because people are very stupid. So... yes, stupid people will believe stupid things, and it's always going to be a much better argument. Are you advocating in chat for more theft or honestly acting like high schoolers until they get some ransacking? Until they come ransacking your home. Yeah, I mean, I do live in at Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo is my home, and when they take the federally insured Wells Fargo ATM. It's the same as like someone coming into my house and like violating my personal space. It's these things are the same. Now, obviously, fucking ransacking small businesses is really fucked up. But also, just something to consider here is that the narrative is being set. It's frustrating to talk about this stuff because liberals will equate you with the MAGA conspiracy folks. I mean, it's so stupid though. Like I don't know what to do. It's just like retail theft is a thing, okay? It's not as big as a thing as the media presents it. It's just a thing that happens, okay? It's like crime. It happens. Whether you notice it or not, it fucking happens. Right? Anyway, I'm trying to focus on the issues, but all I can think is, goddamn, I wish I was the ATM guy. It's always been a thing. It becomes more of a thing when material conditions and wealth disparity increase, but making it the thing is a narrative choice. Yes, it's a thing that will happen. If you want to actually fucking solve it, you have to make sure that you solve the underlying problems, which no one wants to. But also, and no basketball with Lud, yes, because they are cowards and they went to a basketball court that is like super fucking far from me instead of the one that I told them to go to so we could ball together. So that's not my fault. So, yeah. What is this? Larceny theft rate? That's because they made crime legal, brother. Anyway. I just got my e-bike at a place in my town, and they're relocating because they got burglared 3 times in the past month. The owner of this little electric bike store slept in the store with a shotgun. It's comforting to have people question at least. Is it comforting to have people at least question why? Okay, that's a great fucking personal anecdote, right? I agree. That's really fucked up that that's happening. Okay, who's gonna solve it? You think it's the cops? Like, police presence does not fucking solve it, and the police are giant fucking assholes who don't do shit. So there's also that part of the problem, too. It's not like they got detectives on the fucking e-bike case, you know what I mean? Like, they should. They should have detectives on the e-bike case, right? But they don't. They don't give a fuck, because they're going to get $200,000, especially after overtime pay this year anyway, for twiddling their fucking thumbs and driving 85 miles down the fucking street and blowing past like multiple red lights. So why the ever-loving fuck would they actually do their job when their price or their performance is not like is tied to their compensation? They don't do shit. They suck ass. They are so bad at their fucking jobs, dude. And honestly, like, if I had no fucking morals and I was a cop, why the fuck would I do my job? I'm getting paid anyway. Who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Can you imagine? You're getting fucking free money. You have like literally all the power on the planet. You have unlimited power. Why the fuck? Isn't $112 billion in theft a bit misleading? Maybe it's because I'm dumb, but I don't think a couple of people could rob a year multi-billion dollars worth of merchandise. Yes, that is my favorite aspect of the external theft component, which only makes up 36% of the $112 billion. But you know who's doing that theft? That is a part of the shrink? You! Chatters and their fucking dumbass white friends in many instances. You think that like a couple black teenagers in Philadelphia and a couple black teenagers in, Chicago or California are capable of stealing fucking, $11 billion of merchandise? No, it's literally every single fucking person that walks into a Wawa and like steals a fucking bag of Skittles and puts it in their pocket. That's also contributing to the fucking shrink. So it's really funny when the same dumb Naperville motherfuckers who love getting high as fuck and doing like minor fucking sneaky little kleptomaniac shit at the gas station that are contributing to that fucking shrink turn around and act like it's actually literally just a bunch of people who are executing these biggest licks you've ever seen. Yeah. And by the way, you want to know what the greatest contribution to fucking shrink has been? Care to figure that one out? It's fucking self-checkout. Okay? Self-checkout, which by the way, they account for. They're like, okay, we're making so much more money by not hiring a person to sit at the cash register, okay? But also, that is going to account for more shrink. It's just that so many fucking people do not understand where this is coming from. Yeah, all the issues you mentioned are valid, but looting and vandalism isn't an appropriate response, and you're literally just giving them ammunition. Giving who ammunition? Racist people? Like, who am I giving ammunition to? People you kind of agree with but are a little embarrassed to agree with because you have a reactionary tendency instead of fucking trying to genuinely understand the issues? Is that what? You're like, oh man, I'm slowly seeing myself get slowly but subtly get reactionary on this issue. Is that what it is? Oh no, man. Like, motherfuckers think that people are single-handedly responsible for billions of dollars of units being stolen. Like they're the Italian mob in fucking New Jersey and they're like intercepting cargo shipments or something. Like, what are you, fucking stupid? That's not how this works at all. It's everyone contributing to that shrink. It's also mostly self-checkout as well. Yeah, giving ammunition to people known for making up whatever ammunition they need anyway. Like we are, as is the case every single time, looking at like edge cases that are objectively not all right. Okay? Yeah, white women with bob cuts in Naperville will yell about black people and then just not pay for a Snickers. Exactly. And then they're like, wow, did you hear? They stole so much, $111 billion worth. Yeah, dude. They're like, yeah, these kids, they're like pirates. You know what I mean? They're like intercepting cargo freights. So, the point is, everybody participates in this process, and then we turn around and racialize it by looking at fucking edge cases and acting like that is the sole reason. And it's oftentimes like racialized copium, okay? But regardless, if you don't want this like kind of insane fucking scene to occur, guess what, dude? People that have a lot of money don't do that, okay? People that have a decent wage and a decent meaningful existence are not going to fucking do that. But we won't offer that to people, and so they will go and steal whatever the fuck they can. You know, yoink.
$1 billion last year.
Because of what we're seeing on the theft and the violence, those factors are starting to play a higher role in the retailer's decision to close.
Like the funniest part about it is that he's like, wow, we defunded the police. That's why. It's like, what the fuck are you saying, dog? First of all, we've never defunded the police. And secondly, they don't do shit. They suck. They suck so much ass, dude. They are so bad at their jobs.
Those impacts hitting major retailers like Target, which is closing 9 stores across 4 states next month because of theft.
Bullshit. Get the fuck out of here. If that was the reason, fuck, I hate this. I hate this so much. Walgreens CFO openly admitted that they lied about fucking retail theft. Retail theft is not higher than normal levels, okay? And $112 billion is not actually all theft. Fuck, dude. The real retail theft that Target is withstanding is like Amazon and Walmart, okay? That's who's fucking cleaning them out. But of course they can't say that. So they have to like massage the narrative a little bit and act like, oh no, it's not the fucking real estate prices that we can't justify any longer. It must be the theft. Fuck you. And fuck the media for putting up, like, for putting a black small business owner as the face of this, okay? Like, that's the other fucking psychotic part of this process is that, like, yes, this person, this lady, not her, she's the journalist here, but the lady that she originally talked to who got fucking robbed is legitimately fucked, okay? And people robbing her store are assholes, okay? It's fucked up. It's 100% fucked up. I will never act like this is a totally fucking valid thing to do. It's not. You're ruining these people's fucking lives in many instances, okay? But, like, there's a reason why they're interviewing her, because she is the party that actually gets fucked by this, okay? Not Target. That's the most devastating part about this story, is that they do not give a fuck about her. She's just a part of the propaganda, okay? She might have unified interests with the National Retailers Federation or even Target in that regard, but ultimately she's the one who can't recover from this situation. Target can, and Target is not even doing it for this reason. She might actually have to close up shop because, you know, her inventory got wiped, let's say, okay? Because it does happen to small business owners from time to time, but that's not the reason why Target is closing up shop in certain areas, okay? It's really fucked. It makes me so mad. She has to be a worker again? No, that's fucking, that's ridiculous, dude. Listen to me. That's ridiculous. It's not like you don't know anything about this person. You don't know if she's like engaging in wage theft. You don't know what kind of business she runs. Like you're just making that assertion because you're a small business owner, and then acting like it's like fucking bullshit. No, that's not correct. That's not a correct assessment in the situation. Okay? Anyway. Do you think Target's getting hit because of the whole boycott? No, dude. No, Target is getting hit because brick and mortar retail is really, really expensive and in many instances not worth it, especially when you have an e-commerce giant like Amazon that does same-day delivery. Target is simply just like Walgreens, taking advantage of the prevailing narrative to hide their losses, okay? Because if Target were to come out and say, our business is just outright not as profitable as it used to be, and our commercial real estate is far too expensive and doesn't justify us having these stores in every goddamn neighborhood, then they would take a much larger stock hit, okay? This is a really gross way. This is a really gross way to fucking try to massage the truth, to hide it in a prevailing narrative. That's exactly what Walgreens did, and that's exactly what Target is doing now. Okay? East Harlem Target to close, but Mayor Adams says a new store is on the way. My brother got fired from working at a Target warehouse because they just hired a bunch of people and he was there for a long time, so he had a high pay rate. Zero warning, zero notice. Nice. My other job, besides from watching you all day in the corporate office of a retail business and a lot of shrink, is just incompetence by the white-collar stock option Ivy League fucks who don't know how to actually entice a customer and just throw shit at a wall all day to see what sticks. Mismanagement is rampant at the corporate level, even at successful corporations. Of course. And yeah, the Seattle Targets I've heard are closing because they're tiny Target stores with no parking and don't have, like, they're incomplete and they haven't done a good job of, like, marketing their existence. Oftentimes, though, they're also across the street from a fucking Walgreens or a CVS. That's the other problem. So, like, yeah, maybe we have too many fucking Targets and too many CVSs and too many Walgreenses. You know what I mean? Like, that's the issue. Can't be this stupid. Are you purposely what? I don't understand what I have said thus far. Pulling up actual fucking evidence, the same evidence that the media is using, okay, and telling you additional context behind the evidence that they're purposefully lying about. I don't know how you can look at that and be like, you're so dumb. It's very odd. You can go and look at the National Retail Federation Security Survey, and you can look at the National Retail Federation study that they're using. That's why I keep showing this as a very important part of this puzzle. While CNBC, on the side that actually goes out to the stock owners, okay, the shareholders, has to be truthful about what's going on. The public-facing side on local news and national news coverage don't necessarily have to be truthful about it. If you care about stock performance, of course you look to this and you find out what the truth is. It's like when cops will run with arrest records and arrest numbers to show you at the end of the year when they want to show you their performance, will tell you that actually, no, crime is not high at all. But leading up to an election cycle where they want to fucking punish the supposedly progressive candidates, they fucking go on the same TV programs and yell about how crime is on the rise when it's not on the fucking rise. It's very frustrating. You know what's bad? Dude, you are literally, okay, I'm sorry, man, but you're actually fucking stupid, okay? I don't know what to tell you other than you literally have the operational capacity of a sea cucumber if I'm showing you the actual information that local news is fucking telling you. Like, this is in front of your eyes, man. He's like, but it doesn't matter because they still look up the toothpaste. Oh, you must be doing conspiracy theories. Like, what do you mean? Look at the fucking title. Look at the title. Did you read the study? Look at the study. We read it. I genuinely don't understand. It's so fucking insane. Like, anyway, I can't. I'm going to stop getting mad at these fucking dipshits. All right? Organized retail theft is not a fucking real issue. Okay? Oh. Influx of migrants pushing the cities to the brink.
Demasiado triste mi situación y la situación que está pasando mi país.
After an agonizing 3-month journey fleeing his home country of Venezuela, for John Luis Alvarez, this is welcome to America.
This part is so wild to me because, like, we gave temporary protective statuses to Venezuelan migrants for political purposes, okay? Which, you know, we should do to everyone, really. And now everyone is so mad that they're coming over the border. It's like, why? Like, what's happening? You know, they're treating Venezuelan migrants like they treat Cuban migrants in this country because Venezuela has nicotine gum changed in the past years? You used to be not able to chew it too much at once. What the fuck is happening, dude? Please stop.
Tired, alone, and penniless, he's forced to ask for money on the streets of El Paso, Texas.
Estoy pidiendo limosna, la verdad, porque nunca en mi vida había pedido, amigo, y tengo hambre y de verdad quiero completar un pasaje.
The 21-year-old nursing student, hungry, fueled solely by purpose.
Mi mamá sufre de tuberculosis y entonces yo venía muy apresurado.
¿Veniste acá para apoyar a tu mamá porque está enferma?
Sí, quiero mis papeles y quiero salir adelante en una universidad porque yo veo que aquí hay un futuro.
Alvarez's story of determination over desperation is common at the border. He's part of a rapidly growing number of migrants.
Bro, they fucking put concerta wire, like, all over the goddamn border, and literally on the buoys, they put saws on the buoys on the water. Like, it's so sickening, dude.
Arriving in the past 2 weeks seeking asylum, the vast majority from Venezuela.
The surge we're seeing now may be only the tip of the iceberg. Not only did people begin relocating to Central and South America years ago, but people have continued to travel to that region intending to come to the United States.
Some of them trekking through the dangerous jungles of the Darien Gap to reach North America. Officials reported more than 142,000 migrant encounters at the southern border in the first half of September alone, on pace to be the highest single month this year, if not of all time. In the past week, U.S. Border Patrol apprehended about 8,000 migrants per day, numbers that we haven't seen since the final days of Title 42, the pandemic-era policy that allowed officials to quickly expel most migrants at the border without allowing asylum claims.
We knew at that time that migrants were waiting in Mexico to understand how the U.S. policies from the Biden administration would affect them, and now we're seeing those migrants beginning to return to those movements.
The influx straining border towns.
We've gotten to the breaking point.
And big cities around the country.
This issue will destroy New York City.
And raising questions for the federal government.
How sustainable is this, your ability to respond to this amount of people at the border? This isn't sustainable.
The latest crisis revealing just how broken our immigration system is.
The current surge at the southern border should surprise no one. What is surprising is that we aren't better prepared to deal with it, that we do not have a comprehensive national plan.
In Eagle Pass, Texas today, the tension between federal and state agencies on full display. The Texas National Guard erecting more wire as a group of migrants lined up by the Rio Grande to get through. Only for federal Border Patrol officers to...
Insanity to keep Trump's sanctions going, but hey, Biden might be called a socialist, so I guess there's that millions of ruined lives. Yeah, the worst part about it is outside of like the obvious human suffering that you're experiencing right in front of our eyes, is that they don't give a shit. Republicans are saying that Biden is actually allowing, billions of immigrants to come into the country and invade anyway. Like, it doesn't even matter. He's doing the same shit and they're still saying that. I say, bro, I get they come over here to seek asylum or a better living situation. I have nothing against them, but bro could literally work instead of begging for money. These new migrants are people who think that they'll get a job that needs papers like nursing. Wait, did you just... Man, you're an 11-month subscriber. Dude, hear yourself. Do you hear the words that are coming out of you right now? Do you see what you're typing? The fuck? Bro, you literally said bro could get a job instead of begging for money. And then you fucking said these new migrants are people who think they'll get a job that needs papers like nursing. What the fuck? Bro, that's a human, first of all. That's like a nursing student. That's no different than your friends in college that are nursing students. You know that, right? Like, he just, he just looks, I guess, a little bit more tan than your fucking pasty-ass friends, I suspect. Fuck, man.
To step in.
I don't know what to say about this. Climate change is a giant part of this. Well, no, this isn't. A lot of the refugees that are coming in are not even climate change refugees. They're Venezuelan. They know that there's TPS, temporary protected status for Venezuelan migrants, because we are starving out the Venezuelan population with sanctions. So, and also on top of that, saying like, oh, if you're anti-communist, right? Like, come in. It's great. Similar or not dissimilar to the situation with Cuban migrants. And then when they come in, because they're brown, the Republicans don't make a distinction between the people coming in, and they literally fucking say, oh, look, they're Mexicans. They're coming in from Mexico. They're Mexicans that are coming in. Now, on top of that, there's also obviously climate refugees as well, due to ecosystems being completely wiped out, agriculture no longer being a thing that you can engage in, and numerous other policies. But as I've said over and over again, the way to solve these issues and this is an issue. The way to solve these issues is by economic cooperation and not imperialism and not sanctions, unnecessary sanctions. You know? Yeah, I have read about Cesar Chavez's views on immigration. I didn't, unlike you, I actually read those views and didn't fucking just watch a Tucker Carlson video on it and came in here to be fucking smarmy. Okay? Yes, I am familiar. I understand that he was wrong, at least on one aspect of it. Okay? There is no singular labor pool that has a finite amount of jobs available. That's not a real thing. Okay? Not real. It's a fallacy that that was proven like in the 18th century. Okay? Cesar Chavez was against illegal immigrants working in the fields because it depressed the wages for all the workers, apparently. Yes. I know. The issue is that there is truth to that sentiment. Undocumented migrant workers do depress wages because you create a permanently refreshing underclass that has no protection from the federal government and can be purged at a moment's notice, like in the chicken factories and the poultry factories in Alabama, where they ask for back pay or make a big stink about the sexual harassment that they withstand, and then they send in ICE agents and fucking kick them out, in spite of the fact that they brought those migrant workers that are undocumented to Alabama to live in trailer parks specifically so they could underpay them. The solution to undocumented immigration depressing wages and creating a permanent underclass is not to purge some of the labor force and treat them as second-class citizens. The solution is to legalize them and allow them to join unions, okay? To participate in the same pool of profits that they're generating, the values that they're generating. However, why the fuck would we do that when capital owners benefit from undocumented labor coming into the country? We will never do that, just like we will never really punish businesses for hiring undocumented workers. That's the real issue. If we truly were a economic nationalist country, right? If we truly were as aggressively pursuing racial purity as like Republicans claim we are, then you would make it fucking illegal, so illegal to hire undocumented workers that, yeah, the owner would go to jail. Okay? But that's not the point. The real reason why there is a two-tiered labor structure in this country is because it benefits capital owners. That's why. That's the reason. It depresses the existing labor pool of natural-born U.S. citizens and visa holders as well. But even though the H-1B visas are also used to depress wages in a similar way in fields that require more technical proficiency, okay? But that's how it works. If you really wanted to fucking stop, undocumented migrants coming into the country, you wouldn't just like enforce it with police and try to kill them while they're fucking crossing the border. You would do it by targeting capital owners and bosses. If you're simply getting a fucking slap on the wrist for recycling your fucking labor force, anytime you you keep stealing from them, you don't pay them back pay, you don't allow them to get any benefits whatsoever because they're undocumented. What the fuck are they gonna say, right? They can't go to the cop. They can't go to the police. You can do whatever the fuck you want to them. They're basically like slaves, pretty much. Okay? And when they do actually organize and demand what is just in their workplaces, you can just fucking sick the ICE authorities on your own workplace, pay a fucking minor fine, and literally go back and immediately hire a new wave of undocumented migrants. That is how this works, by the way. That's like literally, I'm describing to you how the American agricultural industry works, okay? This is how we work in the poultry business. This is how it works in all kinds of meat processing, agricultural, all the fucking toughest goddamn jobs that are still being done in the United States of America work with immigrant labor, okay? Migrant workers that come in that are specifically told to go to Alabama to live in fucking trailer parks, to shut the fuck up day in, day out, and work for pennies on the dollar every single fucking day, harming themselves, okay? Putting themselves in really awful conditions with no legal recourse, with no labor protections whatsoever, okay? Only to be purged from this country like an aberration, to be excised like an aberration on a moment's notice. That's how it fucking works. These people should not have to come in into our borders through illegal ways, okay? You can just legalize it. It's a matter of political will. It's a matter of doing the right thing and wanting to do the right thing. But they won't do it. Oh. You simply need to see out there, not just whining in your bedroom. Yeah, we believe you. What stupid takes? Stupid. And this Trump's fault. Yeah, man, you're right. Yeah, you're right. I never work with like immigrant advocacy groups whatsoever. I have no understanding of what it takes. I've never met undocumented migrants. You're so right. Thank you. I just simply whine from my bedroom about these issues. Maybe you should do a little bit more reading so you get a better understanding of it before chirping in the fucking chat. Like, nothing I've said thus far is incorrect. Okay, yes, but why do Republicans push so hard against immigration if it's directly benefiting them? Because they know, just like every liberal also knows, that you will never stop the flow of migration into this country. Okay? We have money, they don't. We kept them down, we put them in fucking awful conditions, and therefore there's always going to be an influx of migrants coming in, no matter how aggressive our border policies are. Okay? I just explained to you, if you really wanted to solve the immigration problem, you would attack it at where it exists. But you don't do that. And I don't even think that's the right way to go about it anyway. The right way to go about it and the just way to go about it is to legalize, offer amnesty, and create a legal pathway towards citizenship for all people living on U.S. soil, and also allow every single person that is engaging in asylum seeking to come into the country through legal means. But we don't do that right now. The worst part about this is actually, the additionally ironic part about this actually is that those people right there are all technically legal asylum seekers. You know that, right? Under the American government's eyes, they are literally not even doing anything illegal. It doesn't matter how much fucking dumbass Republicans chirp about it. It's the truth, okay? What they're doing is a legal process, okay? In order to apply for asylum in the United States, you have to do it on U.S. soil. And on top of that, They have temporary protected status because Venezuela is a scary communist nation. Okay? Look at this guy. He said Spain is full of rapes and robbery because massive immigration. You're right, brother. No one was famously raping in Spain or doing robbery before immigration. You're so right. It's just like, it's such a fucking psychotic, idiotic copium to just be like, no, it's the immigrants. Like, they're the ones, they're doing it. I have family in Spain. It's not from immigration. Otherwise, numbers would have been way higher for decades. Okay. So, anyway. Most immigrants come to work and pay taxes, but whatever. Yes, they all do. What do you mean? They all do. Yeah, I mean, the same takes on immigrants have been recycled for over a century while simultaneously taking advantage of them. The Bracero program is quite literally this exact thing. But of course, back then, Texas ranchers would kill cops to defend Mexican migrant workers. They would literally hunt cops back in Texas back in the day. All matter of immigration and stringent immigration protocols were put into place specifically it was specifically placed, it was specifically done to depress wages for a group of individuals. So you could just basically legally enslave them, or at the very least deny them of any sort of mechanism for legal recourse, to ask for back pay, to organize. That's the whole fucking point. That's it. And for someone that said, like, there were some people who said, oh, well, what about, is there too many people? Like, yeah, there is. But it would take a very long time and a shit ton of people for us to get to that point. Okay? As it stands, the entire state of Texas, if it was the same population density of New York City, Manhattan, the entire state of Texas could technically take every single person living on the planet and have them live there comfortably. Okay? The landmass of Texas could literally comfortably house the entire population of the entire planet as long as the density of Texas was New York City levels. The idea that we have like an overpopulation problem in America is fucking insane. Hello, look at Wyoming. Okay? Look at North Dakota. Look at Montana. Anyway. But I digress. With immigration, it's not about fucking opening up the borders to every single person, okay? It's about making it so that people living in Guatemala don't feel the need to come to the United States of America. If you want to solve the immigration problem, which it isn't really a problem, but it will become a problem 100%. If you want to, what? Hasan, can you explain why is Chinese entering USA southern border while filming himself illegally entering USA? What? Dude, I don't know what kind of thing you saw on Facebook, dog. Like, get that shit out of here. What the fuck are you saying? Anyway.
Convicted sexual predators.
500 miles.
Oh Wait, where the fuck are we? He was saying, psychotic CBP guy saying, oh, we got a problem.
The environment, to ask them to watch them get swept away by the river, to ask them to watch women and children drown is not something I or anybody else would ever do. I applaud them and I support them 100% for doing what they had to do to protect the lives of not just migrants, but everybody that's involved.
Late last week, Eagle Pass declared a state of emergency after more than 5,000 migrants entered the small town of just 28,000.
This is definitely a very serious situation for the city of Eagle Pass.
The city's mayor, Rolando Salinas, expressing his outrage with the White House in a recent interview with CNN.
We're here abandoned, we're on the border, we're asking for help, this is unacceptable.
Owens, the top U.S. official here on the front lines, says human smugglers surged migrants to Eagle Pass for a reason.
I believe it's a money-making opportunity for those smugglers, and I believe it's a distraction for them to cross other things in the country.
Other things like
narcotics, fentanyl, bulk cash, weapons, people of interest, whether it be hardened criminals, gang members, convicted sexual predators.
500 miles away from Eagle Pass in El Paso.
Yeah, bro, it's like, dude, yeah, if you're like a convicted felon in Venezuela or like fucking Mexico, you're like, man, you know where I want to go to do crimes? A country where I can't even fucking bribe the local authorities. You know what I mean? Like a country where I will also have to withstand racial scrutiny on top of that, where everyone automatically assumes I'm a fucking rapist criminal too. It's like so much better. It's so much better to do crimes in America instead of the crimes I'm doing at home. You know what I mean? It's like way better. I'm not just a criminal. I'm a criminal with big dreams. Okay? Like, it's so funny. For the record, this doesn't mean that there aren't examples of this, okay? Like that fucking guy who was in Brazil and then did a murder in Brazil, went to America, openly admitted that he did a murder to his girlfriend, and then murdered his girlfriend, right? Who was on the manhunt. But like that's far from the norm. Do you see what I'm saying? Like that's not the norm, okay? I don't get the funny joke, Hasan. What? What do you mean you don't get the funny joke? Like you think people are just like, I want to level up on my crime. I'm not just a criminal. I have big dreams, so I'm going to Tinseltown to do my crime. Is that what you think people are doing? Like undocumented migrants literally do less crime on average. Like undocumented migrants do less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens. This is a factually accurate statement that has been consistent in perpetuity since the beginning of like time when we realized like maybe we should call some people illegal in this country. Okay? There's never been a moment where undocumented migrants have ever done more crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens. Understand this. Okay? Whenever people say, oh, immigrants are doing crime, like migrants are doing crime, shut the fuck up. No, they're not. Shut the fuck up. Okay? This isn't goddamn Night City. Going from Venezuela to a city to Night City for a life of crime, baby. Yeah, they're like, no. I can't wait to go to Night City to do crimes where it's legal. Okay? I heard California has legalized crime, and I am a criminal. I love doing crime, so I'm going to California where they legalized it. Like, shut the fuck up. That's not how that works. Oh my God. Just think about it like a little bit, okay? None of this has any basis in reality. It's just all made up. I am beginning to recognize the unfortunate reality that I spend an insane amount of time constantly having to address falsehoods that are so permanent, like falsehoods that have become a permanent fixture in American discourse with actual factually correct statements, okay, that people still go, la, can't hear you. What about that one time that undocumented immigrant raped someone? Okay? You're not convincing enough. I am going to fucking kill myself in a video game. What do you mean I'm not convincing enough? It's just the truth. The fuck do you mean? I'm going to turn on Cyberpunk and jump off the fucking highest building. It's like that other chatter who's like looking at the actual fucking data that says retail theft is not higher on average. It's just, you know, it is perfectly proportional to retail going up, okay? And saying, nah, I don't believe you. Why do they fucking lock up the toothpaste then? Like, what am I doing? Why am I doing this job? Like, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Like, what is the purpose? Why have I ever done anything? Why am I ever... I will never make gains in this fucking country. I will never be able to convince people, it seems, when people are just like, no, well, you're fucking shut up, idiot. Like, you're gay and soy and Marxist, and I heard that's bad, and I'm fucking stupid, and I don't want to believe the facts that you're bringing to the table. So, like, I'm not going to believe you. I choose not to believe you, and if you actually tell me that this is empirically incorrect, then it doesn't matter, because I'm going to turn around and say, well, you're not convincing enough. Like, what can I do? I can't hold your hand. I can't hold your hand any further than like giving you factually accurate information and then you going, aha, not convincing. The fuck?
So, the city working to bus migrants to their chosen final destinations.
When the asylum seekers come into El Paso, they're not coming to El Paso, they're coming to the United States.
Dozens of new arrivals lined up to board this bus heading to New York City, where the mayor is trying to reduce the number of days the city will shelter single adults. In Sunland Park, New Mexico, 15 minutes from El Paso, Fire Chief Danny Medrano has been responding when migrants hurt themselves trying to climb over this wall.
So this is what leads to the broken ankles,
broken ankles, cracked skulls, yeah, that kind of stuff, sure.
And sometimes the accidents are deadly.
We're seeing a lot of search and rescues, a lot of body recoveries.
Deaths?
Yeah, deaths.
How difficult is that for your department?
Well, it is difficult. If we make the call while that person is still alive and we're trying to resuscitate, we look at it as a failure on our part.
For many who make the journey, the risk is worth it. A large part of the influx has been displaced Venezuelans.
This comes from a Texas study conducted on the matter. Undocumented immigrants are far less likely to commit crimes in the United States than legal-born U.S. citizens. This is a study. Here's the original study. Comparing crime rates between undocumented immigrants, legal immigrants, and native-born U.S. citizens in Texas. This is why the major copium that comes every time you bring up this study is by those who fucking turn around and say, well, technically they all did a crime because they crossed the border illegally, which is supposed to be a misdemeanor. And in the case of many asylum seekers, not even a crime at all, as a matter of fact. So it doesn't matter, because I think that a lot of people just simply don't want to know the truth. That's 4 years ago. It's just consistent with all information on that is available on the subject. You can't fucking say, oh, it's 4 years ago, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna die. Brother, this is the problem with defensive posturing against people who are just trying to pick apart your argument. Do you have a study backing your fucking statements? No, you have vibes. Why are you coming in here and being like, well, that study is 4 years ago? Okay, do you have a study? No? Then where did you get your argument from? You're fucking asshole. That's where you made it the fuck up, because you watched TV and you got scared that like scary brown man was coming over the border to fuck your mom. Why? Why am I having a conversation with someone who doesn't have any evidence to back their statements? What am I doing? What am I doing? Wait, what did he say? Michael Savage? What? What is a Michael Savage? Michael Savage, known by professional name Michael Allen Weiner, known by professional name Michael Savage, is an American right-wing author, political commentator, activist, and former radio host. Okay. Podcaster out of San Fran. I gave you not one, but 2 studies comparing crime rates between undocumented immigrants and legal immigrants and natural-born U.S. citizens, and your retort was some fucking dumbass right-wing podcaster? Like, not even anything that he said, just the name of a right-wing podcaster? I'm sorry, dude. I'm going to be real honest with you. You're too stupid to exist, okay? If things were like 3% different, you would not exist on this planet. And I don't mean like your mother should have swallowed you. I mean literally like if we had not actually created, if we had not decided to congregate around rivers and bodies of water and build cities and you know, make sure that through collective organizing, exist, coexist, thrive, build cities and shit like that, you would literally be dead. You would be dead because you would walk over a fucking canyon and go, I could probably survive if I fell from this, and die. And I don't know. Every day that I have to deal with people, I begin to realize that it's actually probably better that way. You know? It might be better if there wasn't like this relatively expensive and yet still somewhat functioning medical structure that keeps dumbasses like you alive. Like, the amount of processing power you have means that, like, you're the type of dude who, if the fucking Looney Tunes guy drew a fucking tunnel on a mountainside, you'd run into it head first. And then get up and then run into it again head first until you killed yourself. You just could not comprehend that you're not running into a tunnel. It's just like drawn there. You would just, in the most comical way, kill yourself by running into it over and over again until what remains of your brain, which is not much to begin with, was mush. I agree with most of what you're saying. I was making it aware that there was a 3 year ago post. False brother, I know you preaching, but in Allah I praise you. The guy you brought up, Michael Savage, promotes white nationalist conspiracy on his radio show, wins praise from racist author. Sick. By the way, this is the other reason why I don't do fucking debates. Because after a certain point, when you've had these discussions a million times over, you realize, like, no, there's a lot of people. There's just a lot of people who are just too fucking stupid. The article was 4 years ago. No, 2018 is just like the SPLC part of that article.
Since 2015, more than 7 million Venezuelans have left after the country spiraled into an economic and subsequent political crisis. Some head north through the notorious Darien Gap. We met this group praying before beginning the trek through the brutal stretch of jungle. The terrain usually wet and muddy, swallowing what little belongings migrants still own. A pair of jeans, a shoe, a small child's sock.
In 2022, more than 250,000 people made their way through the Darien Gap. By the time July ended this year, that number had already been surpassed. The stuff we're seeing here in the Darien, we've never seen before.
Jose and Maria Torres carrying their baby boy up the muddy hills, fighting to give him a chance at a better life.
I gotta pee.
Que es difícil.
And the top of the hour ad break is here. I'm giving up.
Sí.
Dime.
Uno pasa muchas cosas y uno desea llegar rápido allá. Darle mejores cosas a él, un mejor futuro.
What we see at the Darien Gap 3 to 4 weeks afterwards will be happening in Mexico, and within just a couple of weeks after that, we'll be arriving at the U.S.-Mexico border.
The crisis we're experiencing today at the southern border really is a generational issue. We anticipate that we will continue to see large numbers of people fleeing poverty, fleeing violence, fleeing disease, traveling to Central and South America with the intention of coming to the United States.
The debate over the best solutions to help the crisis rages on. Late last week, the Biden administration extended temporary protected status to more than 470,000 Venezuelans who arrived in the country before July 31st, allowing them to legally work. The reactions? Mixed.
Even though it's a tool perhaps for the short term that brings about more stability for cities, TPS within itself is not a durable solution for migrants or for what we're seeing at the border. We need to have more stable, long-term pathways.
On the same day he extended TPS protections for Venezuelans, the president defending his administration in remarks to the Congressional Hispanic Caucus.
These migrants will be able to apply for work permit, but that's not all. We've already delivered over $1 billion that Congress appropriated to states and cities receiving immigrants, migrants.
He also called on Congress to pass $4 billion in additional funding.
I've requested more funding, but instead of stepping up with solutions, Republicans are threatening to shut down the government.
For now, back in El Paso, John Luis Alvarez can only do what's in his control. Dream.
Quiero salir adelante, casarme con mi esposa, hacer mi familia, estudiar si se me da la oportunidad de estudiar, si no, bueno, trabajar, ayudar a mi mamá, pero necesito hacer algo ya.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC.
All right. On that note, I'm ending it here. Okay. What a day. Holy shit. I know I was gonna do more fun stuff, and tomorrow is another day where I will do fun stuff. I promise. We'll do Okay Buddy. I think we should have the fit check ready. Eventually. W stream anyway. Thank you. I'm gonna spend some time with Kaya and really contemplate my output on this world and whether it does anything good or reaches enough people. What's the fucking point? At the end of the day, you can do all that you can, but people will still go, I don't believe you. I think you're not convincing. You're wrong.
Starting lo-fi introduction.
Oh, nice. This is a new outro from Faye. All right, love you guys. I will see you tomorrow, okay? Don't get discouraged. Bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hasan is dreaming. Hasan is dreaming. There he is again. Hasan is dreaming. Hasan is dreaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. sudden discord that you brought. Great names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ efforts. The whole left at your fingertips, on it at your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3-4 fucking years of this and plenty more to go. 90-day fiancé, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat fights, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in our life. JCS react, law frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monsters streaming in your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many